Alright, gamers, how we doing? Good to see all you. I hope you are having a healthy morning. I'm not. Send your stomach integrity tips. Yeah, Kevin. It is a bad stomach kind of day. So just fair warning, I might have to get up and run out of the room real quick at some point in the stream. We'll see. We'll see. Quang the Conqueror, like that one New Mexican. Yes, Kevin, I am starting stream. Do you want to say hi to chat? Okay, Kevin wants to say hi to chat. Kevin. So, I hope you guys had a great weekend. And we got spicy stuff planned. It's been an interesting time in Wonderland's theory crafting. All sorts of cool stuff going on. Doing lots of sniper stuff with different snipers in different ways. There's stuff. It's stuff is the point. Yo, it's Ikado. Thank you so much for the 5 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you. But let's greet everyone while the alerts eventually happen. New Mexiben loves to smooch. Stump. There it is.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Good morning, Quag.
Good morning. Pico, David, Jamborghini, Hazel, Brucey, Cheese, Yoso, Batboo, welcome in, Aaron, of course Utsukado. We got Stump. Did I say hi to Stump? Hi, Stump. Ginger, turmeric, or mint tea is a go-to for me? Yeah, mint tea. I think I do have some of that. Stomach integrity tip is not to eat a big bag of Takis at 4 a.m. while watching shows on your computer. Oof, that is a great tip. Hey Silo, how you doing? Sora, good to see you. Will Pat, how you doing? So, for anyone who missed the Saturday stream, we successfully one-shot the Blue Raid boss. One shot, one opportunity. We actually just, boom, with an antique great bow. And that got me to thinking, what if we did that to all of them? So I want to separately one-shot each of the raid bosses, and then my goal. Hey Drell's Hell, how you doing? Gambler, good to see you. My goal from there is to one-shot all 4 of the raid bosses in one run, and that's gonna be crazy. I'm still working out the mechanics of the Maker one-shot and the Barkenstein one-shot. Gloop we did. That's the clip right there in the chat, ! Gloop. I'm pretty sure we have enough setup that we can do Bunidhog without much effort. It should be fine. Barkenstein, the biggest hurdle, honestly, is my own aim. Like, I need to hit all the bolts into the right spot and have good RNG on top of that, and like an attempt is a full reset of the run, so it's tough. It's gonna be tough to pull this off. Then the Maker one shot at this point is, for the amount of stuff I'm allowing myself, is theoretical. For anyone who missed it, I'm doing these one shots on a Clawbringer Spore Warden. Yes, Clawbringer can do these things. But I'm doing it on a Clawbringer Spore Warden. I do not use Buffmeister in my content. I do not use exploits or glitches in my content. So, with those stipulations on me, how far can I push this stuff? And in terms of the theoretical number, it's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. You don't have to do that much to one-shot the Maker. But what I do need is, if I'm going to go for that, I want a volatile shock great bow. Lightning element, rather, excuse me. So I'm going to work on that. Hey, Tenor Madness, Emily, hope you're doing great. Viper, good to see you, hope you're well. So, we're going to start out with a different setup. Since we're going to need to farm some more great bows anyway, so we have more attempts at these one-shots, I'm going to warm up with a different flavor of sniper meme thing. You guys have heard me talk a lot about the Sawmill sniper rifle, which shout out to Lazy for telling me that thing was good way back, and I finally got around to doing it. It's great, it's great. But the Sawmill is amazing, and it's one of the top tier bossing weapons in this game. And I got to thinking, like, what if I just mobbed with it too? What if we just mobbed with a Sawmill? So, let's do that. Clip's insane. I'm glad you like it. How you doing? A little bit of an upset stomach kind of day, but we're doing okay. Also, I have a Drill's Fury here on this build. So I don't have my best sawmills on this save. I didn't transfer like all of them over, so we're just kind of using what I've got at the moment. I want to put this ×2 on, actually. Yeah, we'll put that on. ×2s are more sustainable, although that ×2 is only a 15 mag. This is a ×320 mag. No, we'll keep that one on for now. So basically, what we're doing here is big ammo, big mag size, with ammo regen. So Spore Warden can get in tree 3% ammo regen, which isn't a huge amount. The 30% mag size is more impactful here. The 3% ammo regen is kind of like, oh, it's an amount that isn't nothing. Okay. But we are using a Last Gasp ward. Now, I have no idea the exact value of the ammo regen on this, but it's significant. It is significant. Way bigger than the skill. So we've got that assisting our ammo regen. Now we're using Spell Shot primarily for Glass Cannon to keep the Last Gasp broken. So we have consistency in our ammo regen. And then we have mag size over here. Now you can double roll mag size on an amulet. So ideally I'd want, double mag size with either Spell Shot or Spore Warden power, but I don't think I have anything with that right now. So you can get a whole extra 26.6 here. It's 26.65 actually, but who's counting? And then over here you can get any ring stat can triple roll, up to triple. But rings can also be weird and only give you 2. So like this championship ring only rolled 2 passes. But this one, this thumb cuffs rolled 3. Now any of these could potentially triple. So in theory, we'd want triple rolls of sniper mag size on championship rings or mood rings, which would be excessive amounts of mag size. But that's the point. That's the goal. And currently using just a smart armor. I have 3 Wrath of Nature is the main thing here. Smart armor is probably lowering my damage efficiency a lot, but the points in Wrath of Nature, very nice. And since we do run Spore Warden Capstone on this setup, we get the ricochets and mobbing, and that's what allows the Sawmill to mob so effectively, because it doesn't have the ammo to shoot every single target. With this, you don't have to. Let's shoot some stuff.
Come on, have some fun.
Also, I'm trying out a new spell. I haven't used this Ice Spike on this build yet, so we'll see what happens. Big Tom, are you gonna grow personality outside of that? I do not find you funny or entertaining in any way. Just say right now. Otherwise, how you doing? I need to take some damage. Just some. There we go. Big Tom, that is not an answer. I'm waiting for you, buddy. You can do it. I believe in you. So the awkward thing with this setup currently is I don't have any healing, like at all. All of my healing is health vial based. So it's a little frantic when I need to close the gap with an enemy. Also, I'm not used to this spell. I kind of like it though. Fragment Rain or play the angles of Dragonlord statues, big funny, my favorite thing. Yeah, Fragment Rain is hilarious. The fact that Fragment Rain ricochets go through walls, yes, Chad, they go through walls. Lets you do some really, really toxic things. Like, you could do a spell shot with Polymorph and Fragment Rain, and then shoot the skeep with the Fragment Rain. It's gonna ricochet the bullets to every enemy in the map. But it's also gonna cast spells at every enemy in the map. So it's just like, oh, okay, I'll take all the damage now. Absolutely annihilated Gloop in like half a mag with the purple times 4 SMG without Buffmeister, and Reddit's out here saying you need it to beat endgame. Yes, I will. It's crazy. There's so many options to become powerful in this game. Like, there's a lot, but the scope of those options is being downplayed by people who don't experiment with items. We had the first couple days of the game where people were absolutely adamant that you need a times 4 SMG with a Buffmeister to clear. And then Liquid Cooling got more well-known, and people were like, okay, you need that instead. And there's more options. These things kind of go in cycles. There's always more choices. Always. Also, I'd like to point out my my enchantment situation on these sawmills right now. This has a very lackluster enchant for what I'm doing. It's 8 damage enchant, that's the best I can say about it. This doesn't have one, this doesn't have one. The live wire is admittedly pretty good, but that's my backup weapon. Alright, Big Tom, bye-bye. You don't contribute anything to my community. I honestly don't care that much about what you're talking about, but you don't do anything in good faith, so it was nice having you around. Can we get a salute for Big Tom in the chat, please? It was nice knowing you, brother. Got nerfed into the Shadow Realm. Ooh, do we do Green Boss? I haven't tried Green Boss on this setup. I just kind of threw this together. People just default to thinking in individual items, lands games always have their meta, at least partially interactions. Right, there's combinations of items that you're seeing a lot. And I like when items kind of have their area that you gravitate towards. Like, for example, melee builds. Love it or hate it, Livewire is something that you see a lot more of in melee builds because of the on-hit effect when you swing with melee weapon. You don't have much in the way of melee stat sticks in this game that are currently known anyway. So it's an item people gravitate to for that purpose. In terms of the Livewire in general, it's also just a good gun, but it is not an all-purpose item. And I like that. I like when items have their uses. Sawmill's a bossing gun. I'm just kind of forcing it to be okay in other situations. Right now. For funsies.
Evil shall never prevail.
The Livewire chains on melee, Riyadh to Echo, they do. They count as gun damage for all purposes, so they scale with gun damage boosts, they trigger on gun damage dealt or gun kill effects. Yes, this means you can melee an enemy with a Livewire, have the chains kill someone, and it counts as a gun kill that gives you the melee damage and move speed enchant. It's crazy. But yeah, Livewire chains are gun damage. So you can use melee to make gun to buff melee. It's kind of an interesting self-contained loop there. Thunder Anima is so good, can't wait to use it on my sword when I max it out. The Thunder Anima is great, it's just, I find it very difficult to see when using that gun, I'm gonna be honest. I don't have the best eyes in general, but it's so hard to see using that gun. The visual pollution is kind of crazy. Crossblade's a fun weapon. Yeah, Crossblade's one of my favorites. It's very... It has a good, like, feedback to it, you know? Like, you shoot a Crossblade, you felt like you just used something powerful. And it's unique, it's got a fun gimmick of it passes through anything. I like the Crossblade a lot. I can't put down the Rogue Imp. It slaps pretty hard, Kevin's website. How do you feel about melee amp mod? Next 3 shots plus 50% with the Ludite. I think it's pretty powerful, yes, though. Amp hilt is very strong. Think of the amp hilt the same way, if you played Borderlands 3, anyone here in the chat, The toboggan in Borderlands 3. It was a source of amp, but not through your shield. The amp health is that for this game. Same concept, and pretty much similar in levels of power. 50% instead of 100, but similar.
I hope you made yours. I lack the ability to do that.
Oh, jeez.
Ah, thank you. My fine little fungus.
Damage me a little bit. Just like a little bit. Thank you. Nope. Forgot the king has immunities. There we go. Misses 2 spells, no scope skull first time, easy. I'm just a gamer, Lil Rob. I'm just built different. I heard air horns in my head when I did that one. Yeah, Kevin. I am just cracked, as the kids say. Pity the Ragnarok can't trigger amp from the blade beams. Is that a pity, or is that good game design? Because... yeah. Aww. I got too greedy there. Mushroom. Where's my mushroom? I need my mushroom. Oh, the same barrel! What is wrong with me?
I forgot to fight in me.
You make C20 in easy mode, been intense mode the whole time. You can change your difficulty to relaxed or balanced at any time. I personally just play this game on intense. I don't care to lower the difficulty, but it is an option that's available. Gearbox loves their barrels. That they do, Johnny. That they do. What's your skill tree? You need to screenshot it for later. Here you go, King Conquer. Spore Warden down to Capstone. Spell Shot down to high thread count and a single point in imbued weapon. All my Warcaster points are coming from Butt Stallion, I think. Yeah, they're all from Butt Stallion. There might be one that I invested naturally, actually. But the important part is cap this, grab Wrath of Nature, grab the mag size, and then grab high thread count. And we're using Glass Cannon to keep the ward broken for ammo regen. Ah, yes, the Sawmill been running on my Sabo. Ridiculous. It's great, isn't it? House by the Cemetery. Yeah. Barrels don't go away. Trade secret, were you here when we got an infinite barrel loop? There was one in water. So the barrel exploded and then made a puddle. And then when the barrel respawned, it was in the puddle. So it exploded again and then made another puddle. Used a burr armor for wrath points? Yes. Using this armor. Hey, Pupty, how you doing? I'm trying to get C20 on intense and not made it yet, so maybe the option. Maybe Jungle Junkie, maybe. At least I'll get a better build together. That could be an option for you, yeah. Morning, Sneezy Urchin, how you doing? I'm still in love with this damn game, me too. I have almost 15 days in-game time now. 15 days. Morning, Quandel Dingle, how you doing? So, I realize why I like this setup so much. You guys remember Borderlands 2 and 3. Just the neuron activation, the sheer joy of holding down the trigger on a Liuda for extended periods of time. Yeah, that's this. That's this. That's why I like it so much.
I've located a healing vial.
I can pet the cat. We got a Kevin. This is a premium Kevin. I can absolutely pet the pet. Actually, did the sound for that come through? I totally forgot. I need to, I might need to reconnect the thing. Hang on one second. Okay, if it didn't work before, it should now. I do need to stop critting on these guys and enraging them, but... Dragonlord boss is hard as hell. The Dragonlord serves as a good kind of final exam boss. It's like an everything you've learned type deal. So a lot of the other bosses will teach you one thing, but the Dragonlord puts it all together. Like, you've got the don't stand in this spot mechanics from Banshee and Drill. You've got telegraphed attacks from Banshee and Nightmare. You've got forced ad management from a bunch of bosses. He makes you cover all your elements, or at least encourages it, by having one of every bar type. I like the Dragonlord as a final boss. I honestly think it's the most well-designed final boss they've done. Like, as important in story as the Jack and the Warrior fight is, it's very simple. It's not particularly interesting. And then, not many people were a fan of the Tyrene fight in BL3. The Destroyer fight was kind of a meme. I suppose the Sentinel fight in TPS was pretty good. At least to my tastes. Not gonna lie, I find Dragonlord easier than Nightmare. The thing about Nightmare, the insane thing, is Nightmare moves a lot more than other lands bosses. Like, a lot more. Do I need to heal? No, I just won't heal. And yeah, I don't know if I said hi, but hi, Rohit. Good to see you. The lava, yeah, Aaron. Sentinel was good, but no crit phase 1 was weird design. Yeah, they occasionally do like a no crit boss. Oh, let me test out this drills. I know this gun is good, but I haven't used it on this build. I haven't used it on this build on this enemy yet. Yeah, I need some help. It's okay. But this is better. That's fine. So a cool thing that was happening there is the ricochets were triggering Warcaster, so I just kept getting free reloads. Well, not free, it pulls from your stock, but I kept getting automatic reloads. Let me shoot for a while longer. It's funny. Is that ski prod? Not pizza trains, this is a sawmill. This is a sawmill. I think Wonderlands is the best platform for no-crit bosses, but TPS at Aurelia just goes unreasonably screwed by such a choice. Yeah, that's fair. Hey, Homie Data, how you doing? Is Barrel Maker Spell... can't speak. Barrel Maker Spell any good? The card damage seems okay. Yeah, a cool thing about the Barrel Maker is that it is, in fact, safe. It doesn't cause self-damage. So you can just use it as a, hey, I need damage at this location now. And it's got a pretty big splash radius. It's good for that. Extra projectile on Twister is such a weird thing to get. Thing of value over here. Alright, let's see. Yes, I just use water to break my ward for ammo regen. What of it? Morning, Dex. How you doing? Drill Sniper more for mobbing, I feel. Yeah, that's fair. So we'll lead with Livewire for a bit. Wait for a weak spot to pop up. And then we Sawmill. Now the difficult thing about this fight is because we have no healing, the Sandstorm phases kinda go to shit very quickly. So we just brute force with damage. This phase not going so well either. Big chunk. Okay. Big chunk. This is so satisfying. That's awkward. There we go. Yo, Jester, thank you so much for the 6 months in the Prime. I really appreciate it. Thank you. He's curious about Ski Prod lightning damage on bosses. Ski Prod is interesting. Single target doesn't seem very good. But I need to try it out more. I did get a volatile one yesterday that I want to give more time to. Oh, terrible timing. Also, my stomach's growling. Okay, Bark, do that again. I'm kind of ready for you. Keeping my ward broken without dying in this fight is kind of difficult. Like, I bottomed out my ammo here because my ward's not broken. I'm gonna have to switch because he's gonna do the thing. This ammo regen's really good with the Livewire.
Enemy in my sight.
Oh, didn't jump fast enough. Come on, Mushroom. You got me. Build changed the option to have 2 spell boxes. I do not run Ambihextrous, which is what gives you that ability. This is a barrage build. At the moment, anyway. Yeah, this is where having my ward broken would do a lot for me. Taking that hit early on really did kind of screw me over. Come on, Bark, do the thing. Not that thing, the other thing. Not that thing either. You know, that's fine. I get ammo regen while I'm down. Leave tactical down. Goomba stomp. Take your shield off and on for emptying. It's a good question. I'll try that. Something cloud for shield break. Ah, I could do that. That's a good shout. Hey Press, how you doing? Think you can get enough mag size increase ammo regen to almost spam shot a 1 mag? You can not increase a 1 mag like the Art Sniper. So you can increase a 1 mag. But the thing with the weapon you're talking about, the Carouser, is it's got a very fast reload anyway, so you're better off increasing your reload speed to increase your effective bullet spam from that kind of weapon. Save your soul to strat? It can be sometimes, Pico. It can be. That is a move. Yeah, we can do that. Good shout, Yasa. Good shout. We could just drop our shield and pick it up. And it'll be empty. And you can see the ammo regen from last gasp when it kicks on is significant. Although it doesn't look like it's actually on right now. That's... No, it's not on. Maybe it needs to break organically. That doesn't look like it's on. Idea. Come here. It needs to be broken? Yeah. Nope, too much. Pat, I need you. We gotta figure out how many zip rockets it takes. Maybe just wonky? It could just be wonky. Maybe Envy, I don't know how fast that reload is. With Envy, you're still probably better off doing reload speed, honestly. Because you're gonna have to reload eventually. But it could be worth. But with ammo regen stuff, definitely with guns like this. Okay, here we go. So from full, we can do that. Yeah, now the ammo regen's on. You can see that's pretty fast. It might seem like, hey, that's a bunch of time where streamer's not shooting. But remember, changing targets. And we can have a lot more mag size. Ammo regen in these games is determined by your mag size. That is 3 extra points in magic bullets. Gun damage, all damage, 3 in magic bullets. Huh. Taking that. Let's roll snipers. Mr. Adblock, how you doing? Run some of my Berserker spells, sometimes feels like it needs to charge and break into regen. Yeah. It's a roll of the dice if you catch a dot from zip rockets, though, right? Yeah, but as long as we do it out of combat, it's fine, because the mushroom can just get us up anyway. I suppose, ideally, I'd get a non-elemental zip rocket option for that. Hey, Vaxid, how you doing? Playing a Frost Shiver currently, and From the Shadows. With Carouser is currently my favorite thing. That sounds good. That sounds pretty good. Every time we get a Kaokon, I die a little inside. It's just so bad. Chat, the Kaokon is unironically weaker than a used great bow. Like, used great bow can actually still kill things. This gun can't. And it's 5 ammo per shot, wildly inaccurate, can't be enchanted. There's just nothing good about that gun. It's frustratingly bad. ×2 sawmill. We take those. Animal Crosser. Ooh, fire great bow. Yes, please. You need more great bows, always. What gun? This one right here, Emily. This one. In terms of, if someone's bringing up legendaries are bad, they were probably using this one. If someone said snipers are bad, it was probably this one. Because it's the only bad sniper. Skeet Prod is, like, at worst, okay. But then all the other legendary snipers are bangers. They're seriously all good, except for this one. It's like the best and most Spore build for mobbing bossing. Not really how these games work. Also, we're less than a month in. Anyone claiming to have a best anything is kind of writing off possibilities. In terms of things that work well, Spore Warden is just a good complementary class for a lot of things. The Capstone really lets gun builds mob very quickly depending on your weapon choice. The Wrath of Nature skill is very impactful on damage formula in general. And Spore Warden has access to a really powerful gun enchant, that being this one. So Spore Warden can do some very powerful mobbing and bossing with a combination of those things. But it's hard to quantify something like best. You tried the Tooth Sniper? I have. The Tooth Sniper's fun. And creepy. What does it do, though? So it shoots out projectiles in a fan pattern. So it'll be like a line of 5, a very wide line of 5. And then your next shot will be a more narrow line of 5. And no matter what you do with the gun, you need to reload every second shot, except half the time it lets you shoot a third one if you have enough mag size. But you can't reload manually, and it forces the reload after 2 shots, except sometimes 3. It's a very weird gun, it consumes 5 ammo per shot, but does terrible damage. It does not do 5 ammo per shot worth of damage, so you'd be better off just using any other sniper and shooting 5 times, which you could do in that window anyway, because the fire rate is terrible. Put away that great bow. Don't need this catatop bow, I can put that down. Those can go away for now. That can go away for now. Put that one away. I did clear out a bunch of bank space, so that's pretty nice. Okay, so that's work in progress, big ammo, Spore Warden stuff. Now I do just use the Sawmill casually on my Clawbringer, which is my probably my main. My Clawbringer Spore Warden is my go-to at the moment. And we roll with a Crossblade, a Drill Sniper, a White Rider, and a Sawmill. And this is the setup we also use with Great Bows to one-shot raid bosses. Which, we can do some of that there, boss one-shotting. Let me make sure I have appropriate Great Bows. Okay, that's a fire one, I need that. We're saving the lightning one for the Maker. Saving several lightning ones for the Maker, I should say. And there's this poison one that rolled with the Spore Warden enchant. So we're gonna use that on Yellow Boss, I think. Let's try to get a damage enchant of some kind that helps on, actually that melee damage would have been good, shit. On this Great Bow. Good enough. Oh, it's a really fun weapon, the Mole Launcher. Yes, I like that one. It's really cool. I want to build around it. One shot a raid boss with a spent Great Bow, you coward. I think it's doable, Jack. Honestly, I do. You can easily one cycle blue raid boss with a used Great Bow. So one shot is like not that unrealistic. Gonna be the most resource intensive and nerve-wracking one-shot session. We're not going for the all at once right now, but we are gonna go for We're gonna go for yellow. I've not done the yellow one-shot yet, but I'm pretty reasonably confident that we can get it. The main thing I gotta deal with is, gotta figure out how we're gonna keep our amp available. Did I remember to bring a Harbinger? I think I forgot a Harbinger. Shit. Oh no, I do have a Harbinger. We do have a Harbinger. Okay, we're gonna need that. That's gonna be important later. It's a special tool that'll help us later. Hey, Mr. J. Been using Gluttony so much, constantly nervous about self-damage now with everything. Yeah, Gluttony is one of those, very defining things. Once you get comfy with it, you find yourself kind of playing around the Gluttony even when you're not using it.
This should be interesting.
Hey, Tim, how you doing? Next episode, me slowly turning BL2 into Wonderlands. I'm gonna make unique spawn of vendors. Nice. Good quality of life change right there. What'd you drop? Diamond Guard Sword. Nice. I love the crossblade. It's Barrage enchantment extremely rare. I spent 12k moon orbs on 2 different weapons. Again, didn't get it. Yeah, so character-specific enchants in general are just weighted against you in this game. They are, by design, significantly more rare. Which is unfortunate because a lot of them are of the variety that you could really build around them in terms of flavor. Like there's the Berserker one that makes you gain more move speed and damage for the longer you're spinning in Dreadwind. And that's just cool to build around, but you can't get it because it's weighted against you and you have the enchantment rerolling situation. Where after 11 rerolls your items brick, and that's not something I'm in support of. I want to double dip Blast Gas and that annoyment on Pixie. I guess I won't. Pixies are crazy. Alright, we won't do green this run. This will be just yellow this run. How can I tell if a Fury bounces between targets to lightning bolt? It'll tell you, Attempt. It'll tell you. So if you... Do I have any Furiors here? But basically, if you inspect it, and it'll be like down here at the bottom, it'll say what sort of delivery method it has. It'll say lightning bolt that chains between enemies. It clearly differentiates between the ones that chain and the ones that don't. At that rare of enchantments, just really put us max cost as maximum orb limit. Yeah, I don't think it needs to be a literally unachievable number. I think there's more than enough barriers. Crossblade's terrible at hitting those, I will say. Is there a link to this build? No. At some point, I'll be putting my builds to, like, videos and stuff, but for the moment, I've not created videos on anything. It's an extra charge barrel maker. Could be fun, but it's not chaotic or anything, so I'm gonna be picky. Limited inventory space, you know? Hi, I'm new here. Welcome in, Jay Swifty. Good to meet you. Builds in general. So, resources like the community builds documents for Borderlands 3, that's something that we are taking our time with. The game is still in a state where it's changing a lot. There's a lot of gameplay defining bugs in both the beneficial and the detrimental sense. and there's a lot of things that are over and under tuned right now. So the landscape is shifting too much for a text resource to have any real longevity in that department right now, you know? So it's something to keep an eye out for, but we're working on it. In terms of other resources, though, damage formula stuff has been put to paper, so to speak. Lots of community members working hard on things like that. You can call me Swifty. Welcome, Swifty. Lightning Bolt, Fear Nots get spell damage, and if so, they're good without spell shot. To my knowledge, they don't get spell damage, Viper. Not to my knowledge, anyway. And they are good without spell shot. The main reason I was using spell shot for that chucking setup is for reload speed. You could go Berserker, alternatively, for reload speed. I think all Fear Nots do spell damage. Furiors are pretty inconsistent in terms of even one Fear Knot to another could be weird. Like, there's some weapons that you get a different barrel part because it's certain elements of certain barrel parts, and it'll scale with different things. It's so weird. It's beyond weird. Furiors are a crazy complicated formula in this game. Like, Dagger Storm math is super cursed. So, we'll have to get some people on that. Legendaries don't drop from the bunnies. Very few, honestly. The donkey, the Swordorang. Not that many. What is Pandemasium? It's the armor. The poison explosions on dot damage. It's not very good. The base damage on it is rather low. There's no way to tell on the card what Fear scales with. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. That's on the community to figure out. When I saw on a video, it's only Fear Nots that do spell, Whatnots, and all those others don't. I'm gonna take with a grain of salt there, Yoso, because a video, anyone can make a video. It's definitely possible. I'm just, I'm gonna wait for confirmation from, sources. Free sub forever? No. 100,000 channel points, and I will gift a 1-month tier 1 sub to someone of your choice. Could be you, could be someone else in chat, but it is a 1-month sub. I have not made of money. This is not a forever thing. You and Quag can make a video? Yeah, and like, I won't, but I could. Weirdly, a Fragment Ring gets spell damage. You see, there's so many claims of this gets spell damage, this gets spell damage. I have no idea. There are certainly a lot of things that scale spell damage that aren't spells, but... $10 billion channel point redeemed for lifetime subs. Loot Quag spawns gold on Hig. You imagine? That'd be so useful.
This world's no place for the weak.
I would hit myself all the time. just as an aside, if I happen to have you on shift, don't make me regret it. Don't blow me up with invites. There's one person that continually does that, and has now started doing it while I'm streaming. Don't do it. I'll remove you. And if I can find out who you are on Twitch, I'll ban you from here too. Just don't do it. Thought only Fear Not pistols, crossbow barrel, and the Hydra shot is with spell damage. See, there's not a lot of consistency in how people report these things at Rockstar. So, your guess is as good as mine. I've not dug into that science myself.
Oh, don't look so surprised.
I love doing that. You can use a Universal Soldier to refill your mag and get 2 lightning orbs out at once. Very satisfying.
Can't wait to throw some spells.
There we go. As the sniper shoots the orb, you can shoot and stop it and shoot and chain more from right. Yes! It's may have use. It's just a good gun, Platinum Meal. It's a good gun. Does good damage. Good gun. So working on what to do for Compose the Tweet. Nice. People invite all their friends every time they play, or they're psychos. It's like, I get the enthusiasm, but if someone doesn't accept an invite, an unsolicited invite, maybe get the hint. It's just good life advice there. Okay, so we're going into Yellow Boss now. I think I'm gonna keep the... No, I'll switch now. I'll switch now. We're gonna want this Amp Shield on. And I want to put this Harbinger... where is it? Put this Harbinger on so we can use our Hammer Throw to regen Ward to get our amp back for the shot. Need to put on this Great Bow. And then we're gonna have to remember to switch to Barrage. Actually, how good's our Barrage cooldown? We'll see. Think they'll release any more info about DLC 1? Certainly hope so. Certainly hope so. Don't love the Universal Soldier ever since I found a volatile with double mag size roll. Yeah, Rockstar, that's strong. Very strong. Feel the Amnesia armor pieces are too punishing? No, I don't, Rohit. The thing with the Amnesia armor is the effect doesn't do much damage unless your damage formula is boosting it. And you can control which aspects of your formula you're boosting. So for example, if you have a lot of fire damage boosts, then yeah, the Amnesia is going to hurt you more. But if you build more into, say, gun damage with your enchantments, rather than all damage and elemental boosts, then it'll hurt you less. So you can kind of mitigate the effect. Maybe a level cap increase with the new DLC. They've not said there will be. I certainly hope there won't be. A level cap would be terrible for this game. I trust Sen. According to them, crossbow pistols, projectile shotguns are spell. Other pistols and weirdly magic barrel shotgun pixies do gun, trigger gun effects, etc. Testing matches up. Yeah, I trust Sen as well in these things. Now, no one is infallible. But that is what I would consider a trustworthy source. Alright, so we're going for it, chat. We're going for it. Now we gotta kill ads so that they don't mess with our amp. Want this to be cleared out with no ads. Okay. It's gonna do it soon. Let's see if we, as long as we don't get clipped, should be fine. Easy. Boom. Casual. Casual. We clip that. Great bow, my beloved. And now we favorite this one, and we have a poison element used great bow to play around with. Great bow, my beloved. Feel real good about that one. Feel real good about that one. I got disenchant on this gun. I was going for this enchant on other weapons for my Greyborn for the longest time. I didn't realize I had it on this great bow. That's funny. We could try out Bark on the next run. Yeah, I think we try out a Bark one shot. How did it happen? We one-shot the raid boss with the great bow. There we go. And it's that simple, chat. Alright, so maybe we go for Bark. Yeah, I'm feeling it. To my first ever Maker fight last night. Wanted to save her for C20, found a push up there. So damn fun, boss rush, so hectic, and I love Maker's fight. She rewarded me with the Chaotic Queen's Cry for my trouble, which is my main gun besides Gyre. Nice, Gwyn. Nice, Gwyn. Yeah, I love the boss rush as well. It's just, it's satisfying. 2 more to one shot? Yeah, just 2 more. How do you feel about being able to turn off certain nodes in the myth rank trees based on character builds? I would love to be able to toggle the entire thing. That's why I say a nice shot. What a good shot, man. Let's hit the sniper money. We need more great bows. Both Rogue Imp and Thunder Anima on one pull. Very pog. Pog indeed. Pog indeed. Great bow is buffed this past patch. Yes, Atem, indirectly, but it did not need that buff to do that one shot. That one shot was not because of that buff. The Great Bow was always crazy good. The Sawmill was always crazy good. The Carouser was always crazy good. Just people weren't using snipers. And even post-update, there's people saying sniper's bad still, and I aim to prove them wrong. I found the Gyre to be somewhat underwhelming, probably because it doesn't mesh with the rest of my build. That's the thing. Insane thing. The way legendaries and uniques in general work in this game compared to Borderlands games is there's far more instances of you need to build around this to make this good, or play around the gameplay loop to make this good, rather than slap on build and it's good. And that's why you see so many people saying, this item is bad, this item is bad, this item is bad. It's like, no, you just slapped it on a setup that is not tailored to that item. For example, if you run around shooting a Sawmill with no mag size increases, no reload speed increases, like, it's gonna feel terrible. You're gonna get to shoot it for half a second, and then you're gonna spend 5 seconds reloading. Ooh, another Great Bow. Take it. Just from Rotch and Clip, nice big 12 mil. Ooh, that was a 12 mil? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that could definitely be min-maxed to be better. Also, I am on a Clawbringer, who has a good crit formula, but different class combination has access to bigger damage. But I like doing this on Clawbringer, because this shows that you can do these things on any class you want.
Now
How'd you rate the Maker fight? Balance, too easy, just tough enough? I think the Maker fight's great, where it is. I like the Maker fight a lot. Really like your hoodie, just wanted to say. Oh, thanks, Rick. It's one that 2K Gearbox actually sent me. With you guys might have seen on Twitter, or I unboxed mine on stream. But they sent out 200 of these spellbook box things that had a bunch of cool merch in them. They had like our names on the boxes. Mine's out of frame, but it's right there. It's got this hoodie and other stuff in it. It's cool. Only 200 of these. Totally what you get totally get what you mean about myth rank, wish toggleable off. Yeah, definitely. What does the carouser do? It messes with enemy aggro. If you remember the Mesmer from Borderlands 3, it's that. You shoot an enemy, and then they or the enemies around them, it's a little inconsistent, will just turn on each other. Also, the gun just hits really hard. Ooh, I do want to enchant that Rogue Imp so I can use it a little more effectively. I need to put some stuff away. Is this a double roll crit damage? Is that double or triple? Huh, that's like a lot, either way. Put that one away. Trying to make Greyborn build, but I don't want to do the traditional pet or spell build. And don't. I was messing around with some Dire Sacrifice stuff. Yesterday. It was fun. No Herald to lean on anymore. That's the thing. The Herald wasn't even, like, actually this godly weapon it was made out to be. It just kind of fit with everything. And that's probably what you mean now that I think about it, Urban Mech. It was just, like, something you could slap on a build and it would work no matter what you were doing. And that's probably why people are so emotionally attached to things like the liquid cooling. Which is still a good item, it's just now a use case item rather than a you can have this instead of a build item. Hey UV, how you doing? We one-shot the second of 4 raid bosses. We're halfway through our one-shots. I've not attempted to one-shot Barkenstein yet. This is gonna be interesting. Ooh, yes, ASA fire damage, yes. Yas. So we got 2 attempts at Bark. Wasn't liquid cooling bugged? It wasn't a bug as much as an oversight. Like, there was an incorrect value used, and they corrected that value. Quick question, any reason as to why you don't upload much or focus on YouTube for more reach? A lot of it is energy, Yoso. I'm not a healthy person. I have a lot of chronic health stuff, and I put all my energy and my content creation into my live content. I enjoy it, and it just kind of fits better with my schedule and everything. So it's really just often I don't have the energy when I'm done streaming to go and record footage and then edit it and do any necessary voiceover and all that stuff. I generally don't feel up to it, is the honest answer. Mind showing build real quick? Yeah, absolutely. This is the skill tree. Thanks for the hug, Sora. What's the optimal farming difficulty and method? If you want moon orbs and money, then Beyond Intense. Just in general, if you can clear Chaos 20 efficiently, Beyond Chaos 20. If you can't, then the highest one you can clear efficiently. Maybe my main class is Berserker, and I feel like I'm relatively restricted to Cryo. Are all the better options for Berserker locked to Cryo? Do you suspect they'll release items to modify that in the future? You're not really restricted to Cryo, Dr. Seuss. Think about it this way. That Tier 1 skill, Ancestral Frost, that boosts Frost damage, it's ultimately pretty minor, because that elemental boost is additive with any other elemental boost that affects Cryo. So, like, let's say you have action skill active 50% Cryo and action skill active 35% elemental enchants on your gear. So that's already 85% frost damage that is going to be additive with that, which means those skill points you put in the frost damage, ultimately relatively minor in impact. It's not going to affect you too much either way. So what this means is you can get those boosts to another element through your enchants and then be perfectly fine, and you just have that extra cryo damage on the side, just as a bonus from being enraged. Berserker's got a lot of stuff going for it. Honestly, the frost stuff is just, like, there. It's not the focus. Dr. Seuss, yeah, I read it as Dr. Seuss, and now I can't stop saying that. Sorry. Deuces. Does bar count as a one-shot if first hit after enrage kills, or you have to kill with one shot without the enrage damage boost? I mean, I was just gonna try to pull the trigger one time and kill it, Gwen, and see what happens. Dragonor is the only exception. It actually turns out it does seem to be additive with the other ones, Asa, unless testing has been, confused. But an early test indicated it seemed to be multiplicative with other elemental, but a more recent test indicated that it's not. What are your thoughts on Stabomancer? After the last hotfix, my class just feels broken no matter what class I dual spec with. In terms of Stabomancer, it's got a couple very impactful and build-defining things, like the action skills really change how you play. And your weapon selection in the case of From the Shadows. And you've also got Alchemical Agent and Exploit Their Weaknesses are very, very good skills in the tree. But, now here's where the asterisk comes in. There's a lot of Stabo that's actually underwhelming when compared to other classes. The class feat, extremely minor in impact, especially when compared to other crit boosts. A lot of damage boosts in the tree, the all damage boosts are placed in a way that you have to choose them over better things, and then the values of them are low. Like Swift Death, honestly pretty minor. 1,000 Cuts, honestly pretty minor. Sneak Attack, the crit damage boost, very inefficient per point. So Stabomancer actually kind of has low-key a weak skill tree. It's just got very powerful interactions that are still part of the class kit that make up for that. So it's this really weird thing where Stabo has skills that are either very niche and that you'll structure your build around them, or it's just not doing much for you compared to what another class does. And I need to stress that bit of compared to what another class does. Because if you compare Stabo's impact on your just general damage formula with another class, Berserker is better at that. Spellshot is better at that. Spore Warden is better at that. Clawbringer, if you're hitting crits, is better at that. So it's Stabo in its niches, really good. Outside, it's just like, okay. Able to show the Frost Shiver Dreadwind build you were talking about yesterday, or is not good enough yet? I'm still not quite happy with it, to be honest, Crappy Wizard. We might circle around to it, but I'm still not quite happy with it. Arsenal move speed in T1, though. Yeah, Stabo has a great T1. Better than some other classes. Namely, depending on what you're doing, Berserker tier 1 can be like, eh. Like, if you're not using a lot of frost stuff, you're not doing melee, Berserker tier 1 is, like, the only bad tier of that tree. Same issue with Graveborn, right? Kinda not that great outside the niches. Graveborn just is very accessible damage formula stuff, Aaron. Also, Graveborn has some of the strongest healing in the game. Sanguine Sacrament is busted tier, like, god tier healing. You never need to worry about another form of survivability again, as long as you have spell cooldown. Graveborn's just real good. And then Blast Gasp. Those, you could argue, are niches, but they're very wide areas with which to play in. Bread Slicer, any good? Yeah, Bread Slicer's good. Bread Slicer's good. Is it bonus cryo damage as whatever damage type you do, you also do additional, or is it bonus cryo damage? So it's whenever you do cryo damage, it does more. Deuces. Picked up a 5-charge Volatile Cloudburst. Let's go. I think it'd be a great weapon for Play the Angles. You think Automagic could be a good choice? Yeah, Scroll Wisdom. I think that'd work well. I like Sawmill for Play the Angles. Yo, Poison Dart, thank you for the 5 gifted. Holy shit, thank you so much. I appreciate it. 209 in the channel. Absolute legend. Thank you. I appreciate it as always. Bakwathir, Neum. That is an excellent point. Any suggestions for a Berserker build? I really like pairing Berserker with Graveborn. Hey Synergy, how you doing? I like pairing Berserker with Graveborn and doing Dire Sacrifice stuff. Remind me after this run. We'll do a run of that.
The chaos die.
Looking for cryo quad bow for 2 days. Got volatile, sad with melee damage. Yeah, I haven't had much luck with my quad bows either, UV. To be honest. Whoops. I don't run that action skill in mobbing. Man, you flew. How's the Quag enjoying the Easter festivities? No, actually, the only thing I did for Easter was my taxes. That's all I did. Did my taxes. I started binging that Reacher show. The obviously Jack Reacher one. The Amazon series. Actually really good. If you guys haven't watched that, I'm only 3 episodes in, but I really like it so far.
It's your funeral.
Happy Easter, tax man. Oh, why am I doing that? Reflex. That's fine. Hey English, how you doing? Like a champ, we had a 4-day weekend, get Good Friday, Easter Monday off every year. Nice. Quadbow seems underwhelming when crossbolt gen can roll as masher. Yeah, but the thing with crossbolt gen is that its ricochets are terrible. Like, its gimmick is actually so weak. I still need to try it with Play the Angles, but so far every setup I've tried, quadbow just does more damage. Also, quadbow doesn't wear out your trigger finger. That is a big quality of life thing. Like, I know in Borderlands, some weapons, despite having higher damage in their semi-automatic variants, often people would go for the full auto ones just to give their fingers a break. Like the Clairvoyance, I did that a lot. The semi-automatic part on Clairvoyance was 10% more damage, but I still took the full auto one just because my poor finger.
Bad luck or bad choices.
Reacher was enjoyable. I'm particularly enjoying just the fact that the show goes out of its way to remind you, hey, this meathead Boy Scout is actually just kind of a dick. He's just a dick to the right people. Like, he'll do something nice, and then he'll just be absolutely awful. He'll just be rude. You're like, oh, hey, that was kind of mean, dude. And he's like, whatever, fuck you. So I'm not a fan of the Ruby Spite. I'm still not entirely sure what the necessity for toning down the Ruby Spite was. Is Frostbite, or as I call it, Frost Terrorist? I snorted from that one. Well played. Well done. Oh, yep. Made a mess. Okay. Often being invulnerable to you. I've not had that experience. The hitbox is a little weird, Poison Dart, but I've not had it be invulnerable yet. It's rolled spellcast frost damage on a frost rune. What is it, a mine rune? Nice. I'm a bit concerned about how item damage source effects will scale. Like, stuff like the full batteries, lightning bolt, the mind rune, nova shields. Like, there's no scaling on those the way there was added later in Borderlands 3's life. Although the answer might be there. Added later in Borderlands 3's life. Maybe they do the same thing at some point. Does the crossblade go through walls? It does. It does. Ow. What even dotted me?
Thought Got me, didn't you? A credit to the breed.
Roscoe's great. Yeah. Yeah, I'm only 3 episodes in, but I'm really enjoying it so far. What kind of identity would you give the Pauper here? Skill tree kind of goes everywhere. These 2 skills are kind of contributing to the identity confusion. I'd change these 2. I'm not sure how, but, like, these 2. Ward capacity and then the cooldown based on ward. Like, not only are the effects of these just very weak, but it also doesn't fit class identity. Like, in terms of ward stuff, that's totally Spellshot's area. One of Spellshot's many areas, but it is still Spellshot's area.
Icy death.
Jack of some trades, master of none. Yeah, swag. How you doing, by the way? I think I missed a channel point thing from you. I'll refund that at some point. Dedication is basically worthless, especially if using Storm Dragon's Judgment. Right. And then if you're using Cleansing Flames, which, by the way, don't, you never have good, like, percentage of dedication because you're taking all those hits, so... It's got the Chaos 20 on Intense, so I kind of want to try solo raid bosses now. Not sure how my Warden Berserker build will hold up, though. You won't know until you try. I love the crossblade. It's so strong. Class mod amulet using. I am running a smart armor with 2 points in awe. And like it's a claw stabbo, and I'm just using it for awe and the skill rolls, honestly. And then I'm running a universal soldier with spore ward and power. KO Con. It's terrible. A fragment rain with a bad delivery method. Diamond Guard sword. Oh, that shotgun just got a new one today. It's so satisfying. Crossblade looks fun. It's great, especially when you get a bunch of fire rate. Getting an 8 mag is kind of important for that vibe. It can roll in a 1 mag, a 2 mag, or an 8 mag, I believe are the options. The lower mag has like really high potential damage, but you spend a lot of time reloading, whereas you can just spam the 8 mag. I initially liked the lower mags first, and then I started using the higher mag and was like, yeah. I like doing this as well. I'm using Universal Soldier to bypass the reload animation for Sawmill. Like, it's still consuming the ammo, but I don't have to sit through the animation if I just bonk. And because I'm using a Twin Soul with Echo and Amp, plays out nicely. Morning, Lyman. How you doing? How's Sword Explosion? Mediocre. It's pretty low tier. I would rather use a purple Torg shotgun than a Sword Explosion. Or blue. Rookie question? Yeah, hit me. How's Queen's Cry since the nerf? Barely changed. To the point where you won't notice any actual difference. Like, it's still very good. Hey CZ, how you doing? Any ideas for melee build that doesn't fall apart while bossing? So this is where one of Stabomancer's niches comes in. That alchemical agent skill I mentioned is exceptionally strong for bossing with melee builds, because you just spam melee hits and applies a bunch of dots, and then those dots build up a bunch of echo, and it's just a nice little self-contained loop. So yeah, getting to tier 5 of Stabomancer tree helps melee builds and bossing quite a lot. Now that said, there's a couple bosses that still kind of defy you. Those being Drill and Banshee, because you can't effectively get or stay, depending on the situation and their attack and stuff, you can't get or stay close to them. Makes for a bit of awkwardness. Just keep Fire Sprite alive by feeding motes mean? Yeah, chat's got you covered there. Killing enemies is a chance to drop a big orange orb thing. You go interact with those, you can hold 3 of them at once, and you bring them back to the fire sprite that's indicated on your map, which is another glowing orange orb. I wish Ghostblade applied your melee weapon stats, like the Hydra Spawn or something. Some unique melee hilts will transfer over. Spellblade, Diamond Guard Sword, Goblin's Bane, all do. There's presumably some others, but it's isolated cases. It's crazy how much investment items need in Wonderlands. I think it's a good thing. Good for builds. Good for builds economy. Morning, BFG. How you doing? Alright, which boss is first here? Is it Bark first? No, it's Bonnie first. Alright, we can just vibe. Now, we already one-shot Bunny today. This is just a casual kill. You gonna do the thing? Yes, no? There we go. No, I couldn't ping. Oh, you're just right here, though. Okay. That's fine. Okay, on to Bark. Now, in terms of Bark, fuck it. Full send? Full send. I don't have my amp hilts. I need to spawn an ad. I might need mushroom to tank for me briefly.
You, yes you. Black ray, only sharper.
No, no. All right, we need to hit a crit spot. We have the other one.
See what happens?
There's a lot of echo though.
Can't have done that. I think not.
Alright. You stay over there. Mushroom, tank, please. I need to get my amp hilt, and I need to wait for the right... Ooh, yeah, that's not much at all. That's not much at all. Okay, the bark one shot. This is gonna take some sciencing. So what's on my Spellblade? Doing Spellblade stuff to boost the... For anyone who doesn't know, the sigil damage when you shoot it, or damage it in any way, counts as melee damage to Barkenstein. Which means holding a Spellblade applies the Spellblade's effect, which is not how it reads. The Spellblade makes anything you do that has a damage source of melee get your spell bonuses applied as conditional damage. So what it does is it turns your spell damage into a different damage type, then sticks it on your melee stuff. So having a Spellblade equipped makes Bark die faster. So that's something I could do. And that would give me more incentive for having spell damage in my setup. Maybe Smart Armor isn't the play for this. Probably looking at Paradigm. So, what's our shopping list here? We need more great bows. Yeah, need more great bows. Need a... What skills would we want on this Paradigm? Probably still Awe? Or do we want melee stuff? I want to keep it in this class combination. Extra spell, more melee, yeah. More Wrath of Nature always helps. Spore Fuse enchant on the gun, I suppose? Yeah, alright, we got a shopping list. What is Paradigm for spell shot? Yeah. Getting Paradigm's a pain? Absolutely. Hope we reduce the price of just the bank SDUs. I mean, the thing with just the bank SDUs, Rohit, is you only have to get them once. Like, ever. When is Paradigm not the answer? Fair. But I'm not a spell shot. Not a spell shot, that's important to know. I am a Clawbringer Spore Warden. What legendary SMGs would you recommend? I've really just liked a couple, but not sure if I've just been unlucky with parts, etc. The White Rider and the Livewire are both fantastic in terms of legendary SMGs. The Fragment Rain is also very good. Still trying to find what gear is good for my Hammer Berserker. Just started doing Chaos Chambers yesterday. There's lots of choices. Hammer Berserker is a very versatile combination. Possible to get raid bosses in non-featured runs? Yes. Yes. What's the difference between the two runs? Featured is set seed, loves to spooge. Featured has the same rooms, the same bosses in the same locations. It's set, whereas the other ones are random. Don't do Dire Sacrifice stuff after this run? I did. We can do that. We can do that. Let's kill Bark conventionally though. Or die. Either one, really. We'll use Great Bow on Bark because it's funny.
Enemy in my sight.
Like, that's a good chunk. How much is it with the Spellblade on? Like, that's a good chunk. It's good damage, we just gotta figure it out. Yeah, this one-shot's totally doable. I'll keep the Spellblade on for a while, get used to it. Are we sure the whole increased melee deal more damage versus Bark is real? Based on some extensive testing Lazy did, he's just gotten, like, more and more damage versus Bark by using Spellblade. Like, Spellblade is the only thing that kinda seems to swing it. So I trust Lazy's testing there. Hey, Deep Zombie, how you doing? I believe Viper also mentioned seeing Blast Chill off of shooting the weak spot on Barkenstein. Viper, are you here to confirm that? Not gonna lie, I've been liking the Blazing Volley, maybe because I'm lazy, because the damage has been pretty solid. The Volley is interesting. It's one of the first legendaries I got in this game. Here it is. I might revisit it, build more around it. It's definitely not bad. It's not spectacular, but it doesn't necessarily need to be. Yeah, I'm here, it happens. There you go. Poopy's Chew Toy is probably my favorite gun in this game so far. Oof. How does that feel after the, let's call it a rebalance? Guess Oath of Thunder would apply to it too. Maybe. Probably, Asa. That makes sense. Probably also means that if that crits, you can make it apply Alchemical Agent to Bark. Wait, so if you shoot Bark's weak spot in from the shadows, does that trigger Alchemical Agent and just put a massive dot that straight up murders the boss? Like, is that a thing? Now I'm curious.
What will fill my enemy's hearts with the most dread?
Thank you for testing. Why you like this? Bunnies refuse to give me anything but Blazing Volleys and Blizzard's Pipes. I've gotten 2 Volatile Volleys by now. Still waiting for a Pixie Fragment Rain. I've never even seen a Pixie Fragment Rain. Like, are we certain that's a thing that can happen? Because I've only seen Impact and Hydra. I've never seen another kind of Fragment Rain drop. Can you hit Bark's weak points with a spell? You can, Escape Capsule. You absolutely can. The daughter. Yeah, Bark doesn't attack when you're invisible. He does sometimes. It's inconsistent. And you can also just time it. Let's call it a rebalance, is a nice way to word it. I try. Side note, has anyone seen a fire sawmill, like, ever? I swear I used to have one. But, like... I haven't seen one in many, many bunny pulls. It might not roll fire, I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe my memory's awful. Yes, I have one? Okay, I've just not gotten a fire sawmill. Like, in all of these hours, I've just not gotten one since pre-launch. Automatch just the same as Atlas Gimmick? Yeah. Let's run around with the used Great Bow. After we do, I'll show a Dire Sacrifice run, just cause. Hey Alshin, I hope I'm well. I'm doing okay. I hope you're even better than well. I hope you're super well. I noticed at times badass Cyclops are able to pull me in when I'm in From the Shadows, glitch or just AI luck. So, From the Shadows isn't a perfect no one can see me type situation. It's harder for them to detect you, but they still can. Enemies still can. They sometimes don't, they sometimes do. Okay, so, This is a Berserker Graveborn Dire Sacrifice. You've probably seen other people mess around with stuff like this, but I have this, and I just wanted to lean into it. So a volatile static charge with turtle part is almost 11,000 capacity. And if you use that with Berserker's unarmored defense, it converts it into a lot of health. What is a lot of health good for? Dire Sacrifice. And this is to the point where you get more damage out of health stacking like that for your Dire Sacrifice than you do by going Spell Shot with Paradigm. It's actually more. I compared. And with Berserker, you also get just stuff that synergizes really well with Graveborn in general. Hey, Control. How you doing? How much can you pump out with the Blood Bag? Blood Bag doesn't actually add that much. Sure you have enough characters? Might need a few more? Maybe. Hey Geo, how you doing? Which armor am I running? I have this Paradigm. 3 Ascension, 2 whatever the cooldown one is. Graveborn Power is the important bit, but Ascension is really, really nice here. Then ability increased by spell. Highest HP you've seen thus far. So the cool thing about this featured run is in the first room... Oh, game, you okay? In the first room, you get Trust and Magic. And if you take Trust and Magic, the curse, with unarmored defense, you get some big numbers. So I'll show that off in a moment. In the meantime, enjoy this this gluttony chucking. Chonky Dire Sacrifice numbers. That was a weak one, 83k. And I'm using a snake stick with Echo, because we're doing so many dots, it'll stack up Echo very quickly, and the snake stick will spawn a little Hydra for us every time we melee. Okay, so at 9 stacks of Ascension right now. Let's wait for Ascension to fall off so you can see. You got any volatiles? Lots. I play a lot. How you doing, Bo Selected? Question, can I use 2 same legendary rings for the same special effect? Yes. Yes, you can. Fell off? Cool. No, I still have 2. Still have 2. Snake stick come in different elements? It does. Okay, so with all of our stuff clean, we're running around with 9.8k shield capacity, 17,000 health. Now, if you take Trust and Magic, cool thing happens. $20,000 shields and 32,000 health. Math is fun. Like a Rings effect stack? Yes. I've seen no indication that they don't, other than people saying it without testing. I trust Stone Swan's testing, and he didn't see anything that indicates they don't stack.
Decisions, decisions.
Speaking of, hey Stone Swan, how you doing? So, our Dire Sacrifice is going to hit for some chunky numbers now, if an enemy would pop out. That's a 200k Dire Sacrifice. That's pretty good. Speed of difficult legendaries, you know what increased effects do, like on the rings? It increases all of the listed stats on it, Orbane. All of it. So like this one, for example. Dealing damage to a boss increases effects by 100% for a moderate amount of time. It affects this, it affects that, it affects that, it affects that. All of it. 100%. Very straightforward. So I read a post saying any gear with the same enchantment doesn't stack. Enchantments do not stack. Enchantments are different. Those don't stack. Don't let Quag's propaganda fool you. After 4 years at an engineering degree, I can assure you, math is not fun. Math can be fun? Buffs internally its own stats. Thanks, mate. You're very welcome. Damn, that ring's awesome. Yeah, that's why I'm wearing 2 of them. Lots of ability stuff.
Feel your life slipping away?
How is an enemy getting stuck in that wall right there?
I would run if I were That's how it's done.
That's featured boss this week. Featured this week is the King for the Obelisk and Banshee for the end boss. That does roll over in 2 days. So I suppose it's technically the feature for last week, but... Right, math is useful. Mind you, so is engineering. Go math. True. True. You'd add some ammo refill station during raid boss like BO3, it's hard. So the blue boss has ammo boxes, but the others don't. I'd think it'd be fair for all of them to have ammo boxes. Difficulty playing on? Intense Chaos 20. Says in the title, Dyson. I am always playing on Intense, and as for the other part, Chaos 20. %100% of my content for this game is on Intense.
That's more like it.
Spores drop ammo at Bark and the stones at Bunny, although consistency would be nice. Right, consistency is the key thing there, right? And it's not like they can't make it without trade-offs. Obviously, there's area denial mechanics for each of the bosses. Like, Bark could just put, you know, a big fuck you, can't stand here thing out. Running for ammo during a sandstorm probably be very painful. And, in the blue fight, where there are ammo boxes, there's always the chance for them to be mimics. That has killed me more than once. Or at least downed me more than once, I should say. Where I go panic buy ammo and there's a mimic there. Hey TCR Psycho, how you doing? What's the difference in chest portals and Chaos Chamber? So this chest, the golden icon, this gives you gear. The other chest gives you crystals. And you spend crystals at the end of your run for more gear. So it's like, do you want gear now? Or do you want more control over what gear you get later? I appreciate that Chaos 20 is still relatively easy enough, lets me test out goofy builds, sometimes I'm left wishing for more. You can always try out more things, is the thing though. Difficulty being customizable is very important, because people who want more challenge tend to just want more challenge. Like, I'm absolutely up for more challenging stuff beyond what we have now. But the thing is, we need to introduce those things incrementally, because there's always people who are not up for that challenge, but they see the people who want that, and they go for it anyway. So, yes, difficulty is elective and should be treated as such, but it's a gradual thing. And for previous Lands games, they've always gotten harder over time. a lot of them, actually all of them, did hit a point where it then rebounded and started getting easier. But take launch Borderlands 3, for example. Easy game. Borderlands 3, as of the Maliwan Takedown update, much more difficult game. And then eventually Borderlands 3 got super easy again. But you see the idea. Maybe this game gets additional post-launch difficulty. Through whether that's counter design, enemy scaling, I don't know. It'd be nice, though. Ever tried matchmaking? No. I would never, ever recommend doing matchmaking in a LANs game. Ever. Some builds just can't reach that peak potential and they can be fun on lower difficulties. Yeah. Well said. Might just nerf everything to the ground for extra difficulty. And good thing they've never done that. Not even in this game. It's like the update that people are heated about. That I'm remaining consistent on calling it a mixed bag because there was positive, there was negative. But the update that everyone's like, they nerfed this, they nerfed that, they nerfed this. You guys realize they still buffed more things than they nerfed in that update, right? They still buffed more. So if we're rounding in one direction... But yes, I realize you were joking, Mr. J. I just wanted to give my take on that. Now, I think that unnecessarily buffing things is potentially even more of a problem. Such as this gun that I'm using right now, the Gluttony. It got buffed. It didn't need to be buffed. It was already one of the stronger weapons in the game, but it got buffed. Sniper rifles as a category did not need to be buffed, but they got buffed. Just watching out for both is important. Balance is delicate. You need well-directed adjustments of each kind, whether that's increases or decreases. Both need to happen. Big dire sacrifice. Now, the thing about Dire Sacrifice that frustrates me is it is kind of just terrible against bosses. You'll see when we get to Banshee, it's like, oh, that's it? Really fun in mobbing, but there's a lot of things that are good in mobbing in this game. Guys, try the donkey. Cannot see a way to make that gun viable right now. I've shot it like once ever. Did not particularly enjoy it. Did matchmaking yesterday, are there people running around with permanent bubble shield things that instant kill everything? Yeah, and that's always happened in LANs games. I've seen a wave of people blaming that on crossplay. It's like, no, that happened in the first Borderlands game in 2010. People were doing that. Like, I remember, because I was on Xbox 360 and it was happening. That's just something people do in matchmaking in this kind of game. Never trust randoms in matchmaking. That's why going through looking for group channels in content creator discords or in community discords, such as the official Wonderland server, much safer bet. We do have a looking for group channel in our Discord, which people have been getting some good use out of, trading some items through as well. Any game where save files are held locally will have tons of cheating. It's not even just that, Orban. A lot of the stuff you see people doing isn't even save file modification. It's just the standard cheat engine stuff you can do on, like, anything. It's not something that's as easy to address as people want it to be. So, like, that's what Dire Sacrifice does. Does, like, maybe an eighth of her health. And that's just, it's not remarkable. And remember, this is with Trust and Magic, so just a lot more effective HP than we would otherwise have. Kind of mediocre. Are we pixeling? Yeah. My ISP's trash. Sorry about that, the forward. I have dropped a bunch of frames today. Some days I'll drop none, some days I'll drop a lot. This seems to be a day in the middle. Okay, Banshee, did you not turn off your mechanic, though? That's interesting. It's the first time I've seen the visual from this thick. Maybe swap the Reaper for bosses. Maybe, but that's just a gun build. And then I don't get any value out of the HP stacking, which, like, this shield is entirely for the HP stacking. I don't know. Hate this boss. I like Banshee. It's just, unfriendly to certain types of builds. Dire Sacrifice and melee builds in particular. Banshee's not a friend to those. The same Bunny Sandstorm one time while fighting Gloop. Huh. That sounds pretty cool looking, actually. Build my Reaper to deal most of its damage through dots, and Reaper isn't still that out on bosses. Well, that's why Control. Reaper isn't for dots. Reaper of Bones gives you a bonus element. So, it does literally nothing for dots. Alright, let's change builds. Back to Clawbringer. Bonus dark magic, damage doesn't affect the dark damage dot. So the thing with Reaper of Bones bonus dark magic damage, it is a bonus element. It is itself a new instance of damage. And that only applies on original instances of damage, aka not dots. So Reaper of Bones does not increase existing damage, it adds damage on top. So there's nothing to add to in terms of the dots. Now, it'll add damage to the thing that places the dot, but not the dot. Pretty sure it auto picks up the crystals. It does. I just sometimes do it to hear the sound. It's very simple. You apply two dots in the same hits. In Borderlands 3 you couldn't. I don't know about in this game, though. I don't know about in this game. Let's do a run with the Great Bow. We'll use the Great Bow the whole time. Do we Body Rune? We use Amp. We'll just Body Rune. It'd be fine. Yeah, let's do it. So when the Dark Magic and Gluttony be added when Reaper is used, or are they separate? Gluttony doesn't add damage to anything. It'll increase itself, but it doesn't give you a bonus element or anything. It's just damage. Gluttony's whole thing is that it halves your health when you chuck it, or it reduces your health to 50% if it's over 50%. And the Gluttony gets a damage bonus, just a flat bonus to everything you do involving the gun, whether that's shoot it or chuck it, if you are at 50% health or less. It doesn't add a bonus element, doesn't increase dots, just increases how much the gun does. Hey Avari, how you doing?
Never send a corpse to do a killer's job.
Suppose I don't need the Spellblade on for this. Go back to the Twin Soul. They nerf Awe? Yes. But is Awe still good? Yes. It's just not as good. Awe is objectively bad? It's not, though, is the thing. Awe is, at worst, you can say it's low value to invest that far in the tree. Awe is not bad, because Awe still does two things. One, it is global crit chance. Now, it is of the type that isn't hugely impactful per point. You remember how we were talking about earlier, Stabo class feat is kind of weak in terms of what it actually does for you? It's a global crit thing. So that affects things that do not have their own crit chance increases, such as dots. So Awe is great for that. But Awe's crit damage, one, is just there for guns, because guns can bypass crit chance entirely. And Awe's crit damage in the formula is additive with Shrine bonus, which is a separate category from things like crit on your gear, which means it's really good for your overall crit damage section of your formula. Awe is still good. The problem with Awe is that Awe is 20 points deep. So if you're not leaning into specifically Clawbringer things, it is very hard to justify grabbing Awe compared to other tier 5 skills. Like Spore Warden tier 5, for example, is like God tier. And if given the choice, this does not beat these. Hot take, high thread count should be tier 5. It's very powerful. Excessively so. Is Parasite bug right now? I almost killed him 30 times last night, not a single legend. No, you're just unlucky. You're just unlucky. Just can't find that level of investment for such a low amount of crit worthwhile for the time being. Which is why I'm getting it from armor at the moment. Forward in tier 5 is just also better.
Let's see how you handle it.
But if you're playing a gun Clawbringer, where you're actually able to, you know, hit crit spots, Awe didn't lose value. It's exactly as desirable. It's just, there's some creative claw setups that did get hit, for example. As I mentioned, dot builds really benefited from Awe before, and they still do, just not nearly as much.
What shall I meet death out with next?
$128k on a used great bow, by the way. Sniper's bad, by the way. How are you always in that wall?
Can't run from the storm.
You can't manually hit crit spots with a White Rider, right? In most cases, no. I'm sure there's some enemy that it does lock onto the crit spot, but conventionally, no. You get class skills from armors you do not have access to that skill on your skill tree. Tyron, by the way. Hi, Dragon Stash. So you can, but you have to be that class. So you can use a Clawbringer armor with Awe to get access to Awe, as long as you are a Clawbringer. So, like, my armor currently, it has Stabomancer skills. Or it has this Stabomancer skill, which I don't even know. Is that follow-up? I do not have follow-up, despite having this armor equipped, because I'm not a Stabomancer. Is there added benefit to using the Ice Spike you use versus the projectile version? This one's faster, Avari. This one does not have a travel time to the target, it just comes from the ground. Which is faster damage delivery. It's less damage, but it's faster.
This world's no place for weak.
Nimble fingers? Nimble fingers. Okay. Primary class or just multi-class in general? Just multi-class in general. If you are a class in some capacity, whether it's your primary or secondary, you can get those skills from armor, even if you're not that far down the tree.
This'll come in handy.
Got it, something new and very useful, just learned. Hey, happy to help out. Loot enemies eating spawns. Is the armor like BO3 class mod so you can still get the skill? Yes, Skyward, yes. You just have to be that class. That is the only requirement. So I could be running around with 0 points in my Clawbringer skill tree and still get Clawbringer skills from my armor. But if I am not a Clawbringer in any capacity, I don't get the skills. I wish my frames would come back. Morning, Wolf. How you doing? Hope you had a great Easter weekend. Uneventful. I mostly just did my taxes. That's pretty much it. Ability chance synergized with ricochets. Ability crit chance. Ability damage. Yeah, all of it. The ricochets are ability damage, so yes. Yes, yes, yes. You have to have spent skill points. No, you don't, Capone. You do not. That is not true.
I do love myself.
I have points in awe right now, and I am not that far down the tree. You do not have to have points down that far. You just need to be that class. That's all. What sniper is that? I'm glad you asked. We're using the used antique great bow. I was today years old when I learned the Impaling Eye Spike can hit airborne enemies. Yeah, the spike just kind of pops out of where the enemy is. Volatile Fragment Rain times 5 with a terrible delivery method. I'll still take it, but ugh. Ugh. Thanks for the heads up, didn't realize it worked that way. Yeah, all good, all good. It's a bit of a confusing system. Multi-classes are an uncharted territory. So we've had class mods before, we've never had multi-class with class mods before. Yeah, armor, I suppose. So, understandable confusion. Thought that gun was just a meme? People think a lot of weird things about guns in this game. There's a lot of legendaries feel bad. Like, maybe built for them? Because even this meme gun is actually quite powerful when you lean into the fact that it's got crazy high base damage. 517 times 7 is a lot. And we can amp this. It's got a good crit mult. It's also got the hidden sniper crit mult, the hidden Hyperius crit mult. It's just got a great damage formula. And it's very ammo efficient. The Great Bow is unironically just a good gun, in both used and antique variety. Now, the antique variety is capable of one-shotting raid bosses, but the used one is just good.
Piercing cold.
And I'm playing the Clawbringer, so before someone's like, but you spell shot Copium, no, I'm playing Clawbringer. $517 times 7 for 2 ammo per shot. That's really good. Kaokon wishes it was this. Kaokon is just awful. Frustratingly bad. There's a couple items in BO3 that just made me mad with how bad they were every time I got one. Like the Rectifier Shield, for example. Yeah, the Kaokon is that for me in this game. Tried out Gluttony, I haven't built into it, so it felt like a normal gun. Having really great results with the auto magic. Yeah, Gluttony's whole thing is you want to stay at low HP as much as possible with the Gluttony. and that gives you better uptime on its damage.
Bet you wish you turned away.
Hey, African Cat, how you doing? It was literally wasted death time. The gun is just so trash. Like, I don't understand what the point of it is. It's almost intentionally designed to be awful. Because 5 ammo per shot, with a damage penalty, you can't even control where it shoots, for the most part. It's so weird. I do not understand the creative vision for that item.
Appreciate the assist, little woman.
Gluttony Deathless works? It does. It's very strong, in fact. Is this combo Claw Spore? Yes. Wish sniper scopes did have a sensitivity of negative 2,300. That's a fair point, Fusion Rogue. That is a very fair point. I don't ADS snipers in this game.
Here comes the thunder.
Extra projectile time skip sounds fun. Actually, that sounds really fun. That's probably hugely impactful now that I think about it. Is that just double?
I'll give you
Wish we could hide the new points available message. Me too. Me too. Neck is 0.
Winter's blade. Might have lived if you'd run.
Ooh, that was a nice 200k. Yeah, we have fire through Wrath of Nature, but we didn't use ability damage on that. I suppose the Eagle Eye boost helped a little bit. Still a good shot. Is time skip any good? Yeah. It's not, you know, game breaking or anything, but it's good. Gluttony Deathless doesn't kill you when you choke, which is good. Yeah, Gluttony's effect is it just reduces you to half. Rounded up. So, it takes you from 1 to 1. Don't hit the stairs. Dealing with the terrain on this thing sometimes is just the worst. Making the fun of visual bug of your pet being alive or dead. Yeah, that's sometimes annoying. The orb's weakness is stairs. Is a cousin of Claptrap? Maybe. Been enjoying Threads of Fate spell. Just wish it wasn't Ellie locked to dark. Bonus elements. You got Body Ruin. You got Enrage. It's not too hard to get a decent bonus element, but yeah. Better than it being Ellie locked to like something that isn't neutral-ish. Yeah, we'll great bow Banshee. Why not? While Arta consumes 2 ammo per shot, does not show times 2 on the damage. Is that normal? Is it accounted for? It is accounted for. It will be doing more damage. Oh, I stood up too soon. Awkward.
Dying ain't my style. Piss off to the hereafter. bastards!
There we go. Beam weapons don't show the projectiles on the card? Right, it's easy. That's correct. Chaotic Banshee. Not elemental, but I'll take it. More like Banshee. The references. But that's the red text. That wasn't my joke. It was the red text. Don't judge me. You guys want to see another Gloop one-shot just because we can? Well, let's do another Gloop one-shot just because we can. Just because it is a thing we are capable of doing. I'll come here because I always learn something new. Hey, that's what I try to provide, Capone. Happy to have you be here. It's got a volatile rate of arrows. Ooh, what's the damage on that Drell's Hell? It's the most hated boss in this game. Let me think about that. That's a good question that I'm not sure I have an answer for. I suppose it's Drill, just because it didn't need to have the void water shit. Like, there's enough going on with that fight. That is my only problem with it, because you can't melee that boss very efficiently. That being the sole reason. Everything else about it, I'm fine with.
I'm getting the hang of this kidding.
Gloop, you fucking missed. You're a failure.
Avast! Always wanted
Wish you could melee Banshee too. Yeah, that'd be nice. Oh, well, that also does it.
There's a kid in here! Don't sit!
Bye, Gloop.
Well, if this isn't my favorite killer.
Sir, I'd like to order one shot, please. There you go. Maybe they could make it so mailing the Banshee spirits also damages Banshee itself. That sounds complicated. Crossblade. Hey, Drill, because the stupid regen just annoying. It's just a DPS check. If Drill's regen is a problem, that's the game telling you your build doesn't have enough damage. Simple as that. Give me more great bows. We've been chewing through them today. Ah, thank you. Exactly the one we just used. Being unkind otherwise, though. Well, you keep going back for more sniper rifles. It's addictive. I just like it. Listen, CZ. I just like it. For Wastard's game telling you he's a semi-invisible, Aegis keeping his shields up, I do think the visibility of that bird could be a little bit better. Just like a little bit. Need to find new alternative to my Ludite spamming. It's great for big fat bosses, pretty bad otherwise, low accuracy. Have you used the sawmill much, Orbane? Big fan of this gun. 1093 times 6, very nice. I've seen that up to 1200 for a times 6. I don't know where it caps out for times 5. Probably pretty crazy though. That's what you said about Quaking Thunders, he's an addict. Can you showcase Sawmill playing the angles, please? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. If not, don't think I've ever used it. Let's switch over and, I have a save that's more like a dedicated Sawmill stuff. We'll switch to that.
My spell is ready.
Can we save files? I play a lot. Yeah, let's do a featured run, and we'll start doing other ones after this. Just one-shot myself, it do be like that. Gotta get a paradigm with awe, proceeds to dump all his crystals into snipers. I don't have a problem, you have a problem. Oh yeah, I forgot. Damage me. Damage me. Thank you. So we run a last gasp here, for ammo regen. We just run around doing play the angle sawmill. Play the sawmill. I have mag increase as well, so I can shoot it twice for reloading. That's very good for your DPS. Definitely.
It's your funeral.
Thunder Anima. Good gun. Only issue I can see is non-spores run out of ammo. The spore ammo regen is honestly pretty minimal. It's the mag size here that matters more. And I don't have my myth rank mag size maxed out. I only have 6 points here. Let's actually let me grab another point to that right now. The thing that's doing the heavy lifting right now is this. And Spell Shot is the one that gets the best uptime on this being broken. Either a Spell Shot or you could go Graveborn and run Reaper of Bones with Selective Amnesia to just kind of constantly damage it and keep it down. That could be fun, maybe.
There's a chill in the air. I can talk again. A healing
What's bar you're
potion,
shooting?
eh?
That is the Spore Warden's Barrage action skill. This is this one right here. Now, I don't have the really good Spore Warden enchant, this one, on any sawmills yet, because I'm not lucky. So, like, my Shock Sawmill doesn't have an enchant, and then my Poison one just has, like, an okay one that I settled for. So I'm leaving a lot of damage on the table, but that honestly just helps the build showcase. She looks awesome to realize that, yeah. Ooh, good shot, Wyvern.
Was there ever a doubt?
Use all your hero points? Yeah. What's enchant you want for it? This one. This enchant is what... Basically, any Spore Warden gun build, you want this. It's just really, really good. Hey, Stone Man, how you doing? Ferry, did you ask the game out loud for it? Because that seems to work as well as luck, if not more, anecdotally speaking. Game, I would like a ×2 volatile sawmill with spore fuse enchant, please. Thank you. I love you. Wait, did I say it too soon, chat? That's a weird coincidence. Out of all the weapons I've used so far, Livewire is my favorite. Livewire is great. It has a really unique feel to it. They did a great job giving weapons an identity in this game. Each item really feels distinct from each other in terms of the uniques. Play the angles killed that guy over there. The conviction was missing. Fair point. So ×2 or ×4? ×4 is higher burst DPS, but you will burn through your mag faster. And because I'm using it as a primary weapon in this setup, ×2 is better because I get to just shoot more. My ammo regen is able to keep up with a ×2 for the most part. And with more mag size, you get more and more leeway for using a ×3 or ×4. Mag size on Ring, for example, you can triple roll that. It's very unlikely that it ever happens, but if you get, like, a championship ring or a mood ring with triple rolled sniper mag size, you can then get double rolled mag size over here. That brings it up to 56%, or 53 point something. 53 point something percent for double mag size here on a volatile. So you can get a lot of mag size. Then, of course, max myth rank, which I do not have. And since ammo regen is based off of your mag size, it's percentage based. The more mag you have, the more regen you have, which gives you more room for higher projectile count. Hey CZ, do you happen to know the ammo regen on the last gas? The encounters with too many eyes in the skies. I'm not a fan of Cyclops, yeah. I'm gonna spell Hydra Pixie build, and this Rain of Arrow still smacks. Yeah, it's a good gun. This looks great. Look for ×2. Is happy about my ×4 drop. No, ×4 is great, Scroll of Wisdom. ×4 is a really good boss melter. Like, if you want an enemy dead right away, as soon as possible, ×4 is going to be, like, extremely good. It's just you dump the mag very quickly. If you're using it as a primary weapon, like this build, you want a ×2, if possible. Something you could do for boss melts is you could just carry around 4 ×4s, and instead of reloading, just switch to another one. Very few things would survive 4 sawmill mag dumps like that. 10%? That's so strong. 10% from this versus this skill gives you 1 per point. So this is with 13% ammo regen. Or, I don't have the 13% right now because I need to break my ward again. Just a little more. You got it. Just one little hit. Give me a love tap. No, that works actually. Yeah, this is 13%. This thing crushes. It's so good. It's almost amazing. It's also a really good bossing gun. That was a fast room. You got mage armor? Yeah. I'm running, sorry, not mage armor. I'm running glass cannon. I got the ward back because I went down. When you get up, you get your ward back. Gives me OG Liuta vibes. Me too, Tyler. Same energy. Same energy for sure.
Falling ice! Suffer my bomb! Back in business! Well, that's the measure of you, isn't it?
Trying to loot. That seems decent enough. Ow. Thanks, mushroom.
Let's kick it up a notch! Bam!
Just trying to take a little damage. Just like, let me take a little damage. Let me take one of these. Ah, that was too much damage. Okay, we're good now. We're good. Why don't you use the Envy Sniper? How is it? I've not used the Envy very much at all, actually. That one I'm still not sure how I feel about, because I just haven't given it enough of a chance. The Skeet Prod is, like, okay. The Envy I haven't used much. And the Kaioken is terrible. But the Drill's Fury, the Carouser, the Sawmill, and the Great Bow are all fantastic weapons. Currently leveling a Stabbo to go melee. Stabbo melee can do some crazy stuff. Sure, I'll allow myself to reload. Oh no, this one's out. Let me just pull out another sawmill. That'll fix the problem. No, there's no ads. There we go. Alright, Banshee, I need you to hit me once. Just once. No, that would hit me more than once. Once. Thank you.
What incredible technique should I learn next?
There we go. Air literally filled with saw blades. It's great, isn't it? Meh.
A fine collection. But what to choose?
Ooh. New Scar. I haven't gotten this one yet. Nat 1. You want Saw Blades? Give the Bread Slicer a spin? I'll have to try it out. I've heard good things. I've heard very good things. Oh, I got Chaos level 2 at the moment. It's a grind. You'll get there. Just want to spin around in featured runs. Yeah, Dreadwind with Stabbo stuff is very fun. It's awkward. Can you survive that mushroom? Huh, you can. I'm honestly surprised. Do the attack.
This'll come in handy. Now that's more like it. I hope you made your
There we go. What other weapons come to mind with this ammo regen tech? The Circuitous Gyre, the Hyperius shotgun. Gets faster fire rate the longer you shoot it. That'd be very good with that. Red Hellion has a low mag size, but if you can get more mag, then you can really put out a lot of bullets with that. What else? I'm not sure. A lot of weapons. Gonna be another weird take for me, but I don't like the bread slicer either. Something about the projectiles driving along the ground doesn't gel with me. And that's fine. Everyone's got preferences. There's nothing wrong with not liking a particular weapon. Where's my 7 cents in this game? New items, new concepts. Hey, speaking of Red Hellion. It's only 6 mag. We don't have sniper mag bonuses, but with this mag size and with myth rank mag size, we can get to 10. And that's, the fire rate is very fast. Yeah, that would be very hard to maintain. Need 2 mil for the last lost loot machine. Oh, you get that fast. That's just a couple Chaos Chamber runs. Pick up all the loot at the end and sell it, and you're good. Yes, chat, more snipers. Possibly auto magic? Yeah, possibly. Drill sniper rifle is very good with ammo regen tech as well. Recoil go crazy in the Hellion? That it does. That it does. I can pet the pet. The arcing on the handbow projectile is a bit off-putting. What do you think? It's definitely designed as a close-range thing, or you have to compensate very heavily if you're at longer ranges. I think it plays into the weapon being very powerful, but having downsides. No. Reload isn't too awful, doesn't seem like on Hellion. I am a spell shot with 5 prestidigitation right now. So keep that in mind with that reload. But there are worse. Hot wings, blue cheese, or ranch? Blue cheese, for sure. No contest. When I just got into BL3, I hated how Malawan felt. Now I'm missing that feel in Wonderlands. It grows on you. It grows on you. And there's those, the poison barrel SMGs, they just changed to not have the ramp up. It's not quite Malawan, but it's like a charge up thing. There's very few charge up behavior weapons in this game.
back in business.
Morning, Melon and Delight. How you doing? Question. I've been working on a spell dot build with Stabbo Spell for the spell cooldown. Would Stabbo Claw be more beneficial for Dragon Aura and Awe? So, if you're trying to apply dots from the spells hitting harder is going to leave a stronger dot. So, I'd say you're good with what you're doing. I'd say you're good with what you're doing. Hummus, or I'm not familiar with that second thing at all. Stump. Also, I'm not really a huge hummus fan, so I still don't know. I'm not sure. But hey, I'll try anything twice. I will try anything twice. Do we roll some enchants, chat? I feel like we try out some enchants. Ideally, we want a... You can get a 22 mag sawmill. Is the highest I've seen. So you can get a ×2 22 mag. Be the goal here. See, this is a high damage, but it's 15 mag. Having higher base mag is more important. It's the white sauce they put on gyros. Oh, okay, yeah, that shit slaps. That shit slaps. Yeah, that one. Let's pronounce Tatsiki. Okay. I learned something today. Thank you, chat. I don't like pronouncing things until I'm told how they're pronounced because I don't like shitting on people's cultures that way. I can at least be like a little bit culturally competent, you know? So like, this is a good enchant I have here, but do I have that covered from another slot? I do. Let's keep rolling it. No, that works. Had a shitty audio bug, Borderlands PS5 had to reboot. Oh, that's unfortunate. Sound design for the most part is good in these games. I've not encountered many off-putting audio things. On a pure spellcaster build, do you think an armor piece with thread count is better or blast gas for bosses? So thread count's value from armor is kind of overstated in pure spell builds. Because pure spell builds, if you're doing Spellshot Graveborn, more points in blast gasp does a lot more for you. Also getting Graveborn power improves your blast gasps as well. So like that is going to be way more impactful than another point in high thread count. Because an extra point in thread count, 3 spell weaving stacks is, you know, 30% spell damage before spell shot power, which sounds like a lot. But when you already have 8 stacks at base, that's 80%. And then if you have glass cannon, that's 110% spell damage. And that's before having spell shot power improving your spell weaving. So like, it's just less impactful than getting more points in blast gasp and some Graveborn power to boost the base of that blast gasp. Graveborn spell shot gives 3 in Ascension, which is big. That's a lot of spell damage as well. What's my loot luck on this character? No idea. 88 dice with a loot luck of 12,000.
Come on, have some fun.
Go and play the funny arson simulator called Wonderlands. Bye. Take it easy, Sora. Either way, it sounds about right. It's kind of sort of an ST sound, like at the start of Tsunami. Many just say it was an S sound. Ah, okay. I might go listen to the words spoken so I say it correctly at some point. I don't know, it's one of those things I'm a little pedantic about. I just consider it a respect thing. So I try to adhere. Wow, I missed the skull and got down immediately. Feels bad.
My conscience is clean.
Yes, I sat in that fire until my ward was broken. What of it?
Ready to cost.
Some Krieg shit. We stand Krieg in this household. You're cheating? How so?
Ha! You fell for it. Classic hero.
What's the bow? That's the action skill, Orbane. That's this right here. Barrage? That's this. Or like cheesing. Ooh, but you know, cheese would melt in that fire. So like, get a nice. Ooh, what kind of cheese are we melting? I'm thinking a good pepper jack. Melt some pepper jack over ooh, what are we melting it on? Burger? Burger maybe? Ooh, pepper jack on a black bean burger sounds good right now. Yeah, I could go for that. But take it easy, Deep Zombie. Pepper jack over more pepper jack. I could get down with that. Oh. Well, I needed to get downed. Don't kill me? Yay. Beautiful. Coiled can be so toxic sometimes, yeah. Bro, I just had dinner, you're making me hungry again. I have not eaten anything yet today. So, I'm now hungry as well. But streamer, snipers are not usable. Oh, I'm sorry, Rabbit, I'll put it away. We one-shot 2 raid bosses today with snipers, and, you know, we're using this sniper in mobbing and slapping. I'll put him away. How you doing, Rabbit? Chaotic with high thread count, but bad skills. Someone I once knew got described as a 4-cheese pizza where all 4 cheeses are cheddar, and just what an insult. I don't even know what that means. Please put this garbage away. Please go back to no hotfixes, liquid cooling things. Ah, understandable. What spell is that? Looks pretty dope. It is a triple ice spike I got as a drop yesterday. Or was that day before? I don't know. Crit chance, crit damage, spell damage. Triple ice spikes hit really hard. Like, look at this card damage. 1756 times 3, and it's got 2 charges. Ice spikes are also one of the spells that are able to, like, hit weak spots. So you can hit crit spots with them. Have we checked out any purple snipers to see if any of them have any cool niches? The Stoker snipers, the saw blade ones, you can use in pretty much the same way as the sawmill. They're just like weaker versions of that, I suppose. And the black powder snipers, the one-shot ones with crossbow barrel, are quite powerful as well. You can kind of use those the same way you use a carouser, except without the aggro stuff, and they won't be fire element. Do elite runs give you more crystals? Yes. ADHD vibing hard, forgot to check what the side objective is. Oh, I do that all the time, Capone. I never have any idea. You're among friends. Do some nice spell rebalance and I wouldn't get mad. But they did do some of that scroll wisdom and people didn't even talk about it. Like, in this most recent hotfix, they buffed eruption spells. They buffed magic barrage spells. They slightly brought down the concentrated ones, but then buffed all the other ones. They buffed Hydrus. the spells. They buffed sigil spells. They reworked Arc Torrents in a way that functions as more of a side grade. It's not quite like a... In some situations it's a nerf, but in some situations it's a buff. It's just like more of a rework. It's hard to describe. But yeah, they rebalanced the spell system, and no one talked about it because they were too busy, like, complaining. Like, there were some good changes in there. That's why it's important to recognize the update as a mixed bag, and not an entirely bad one. You have the Skeep, melee weapons should have a prod attack animation. That would be fun, Rohit. I like that idea. Ouch.
The champion returns to the field. Let the magic begin. Cool your head.
Alright, any hopes the Gearbox is going to change the enchant reroll machine? Lots of hopes, Agnolini. Let's keep our fingers crossed about that one. Hopefully. Sigiled Hydras are so strong. Yeah, Mizu-san? I've not messed around with the Sigil Hydras post-buff, but I've heard lots of good things. Heard lots of good things. Got my first Sawmill, it's ×3. That's really good, Aqua. You got a nice middle ground between max DPS and max sustainability. ×3 is good. I want to make a double spell Hydra build with that class mod that converts all dark magic. That could be good. Yeah, the debuff from that, from the claw armor, the one that converts your companions to various elements, the debuff provided by that is actually a fresh multiplier in the formula. So, like, it's hugely impactful. It's very good. Son of Witch is supposed to drop through White Rider. I have no idea, Fusion Rogue, to be honest. I don't dedicated farm, I play Chaos Chamber. First we gonna spin though, amen. Really shocked by how many people were shocked by the liquid cooling nerf. That's the thing, Tyler. It's... people get comfortable. Perfect. Perfect. I need a little more mag size. Just like a little more. A little more. Favorite part of Borderlands using new weapons? Yeah, that's always fun, Tyler. I got a lot of enjoyment out of the first time I used various spells in this game. Just picking up a spell and being like, how do you behave? One of my favorite things in learning this game. Gotta say, dunking on Waster with my melee build feels right. Yeah. Melee's strong against that boss. Real hope they fix the Spore, Grave, Thrall bugs so Theory Crafters start doing real work and come up with some fun builds. Yeah, hopefully that gets addressed. I just have very little desire to play that multi-class combo because of all the bugs. Start with Livewire, I guess. No one's playing Stabo Grave. I have a Stabo Grave that I played on like day 3 of the game. Day 4, maybe? Might have been day 4. Haven't revisited it, though. Let me grab the health vial. No! Hey Ferric, how you doing? Good to see you. Every time I see someone comment on least played multiclass, I see many of them pop up. There's lots of people playing this game and lots of creativity in the community. Wonderland hoodie color. What I can't speak. Hoodie color fits you so well. Yeah, I like it. I've been told this is my color. So why is Sigil doing damage? Doing to be tied to melee damage? What do you mean? Do you mean on raid bosses in general? Do you mean specifically the Barkenstein thing? Because that's just the boss's weak spot. So like, you shoot the weak spot and does big damage. That's the boss mechanic. Hey Isaac, how you doing? Good to see you. Look at the raid bosses? Yeah, that's just their mechanic. For Barkenstein in particular, the melee damage thing is very relevant. That seems to be a Bark only thing. I think. But that makes sense because that boss is probably a pain to fight on melee builds. So maybe that's some sort of compensation. Thought it was static damage. Static damage that gets buffed up by your melee formula. But you also have the actual damage of your shot applied in there. Now there's a weird thing with the boss weak spots that any saw blades or crossbolts you have stuck when it expires do like additional damage. It's damage penalty for fake crits. Like the From the Shadows one, all of your crits are reduced by 25% if they are From the Shadows crits. However, you can still naturally crit with melee weapons during From the Shadows, in which case it'll bypass that and take your melee weapons card crit mult, otherwise it doesn't. Melee From the Shadows is weird. Does Bark take more damage in rage mode? I don't know. I'm not certain about that. People have said it does. I've not noticed the difference. Like, maybe. Loving Toric Stickies at the moment, trying with my Frost Spore Burr build. Ooh, yeah, that'll definitely do work. Not shocked by the nerf as much as the degree of it, more of an adjustment as a multiplier mistake. I think it should have been adjusted other ways using the other numbers, maybe 40-50% nerf. One of the trade-offs is ammo consumption. Yeah, Rager, but like, it's still useful. It's just... Did the number drop need to be as big as it was? No, but that's just a byproduct of them correcting the issue there. And the thing is, even with liquid cooling at its current damage, it's still good. You just need to actually build for it, which is the thing that threw a lot of people off, myself included, initially when it happened. I was less pessimistic than most, but less optimistic than some. But now I'm firmly in team liquid cooling's fine. Because it's now a situational pick. For example, if you're against the blue raid boss, that is a perfect use case for the liquid cooling, because it's a frost weapon against a bone health bar, so you got the elemental matchup. It is a limited availability weak spot. It's time based, so the liquid cooling not stopping in that window is very advantageous. And Liquid Cooling's mechanic is based on crits, and that's just a crit spot. It is perfect. It is designed for that situation. Now, in other situations, it's going to reward your precision, and it's still not going to be a replacement for a build because the damage is lower. Now, ammo is a concern, and elemental matchups are more of a big deal. You can't just brute force everything with Liquid Cooling. I mean, you still can. You just need a stronger build for it. Gun's fine. People just never learned how to make builds without it, is the big thing. So I get why they deemed just a fix and not a, you know, a small buff as a consolation prize. I get why they deemed that the best approach, because they want people experimenting more, using more of their game. I haven't actually found a Fragment Rain, anything aside from Chuck and Hydra. I've not. Starting to think they don't exist in Hydra's like goddamn unicorn. I've gotten Chuck and Hydra. I have not seen the other ones, to the point where, has anyone actually in their game had a delivery method of Fragment Rain other than Hydra or Impact? Because people have claimed Pixie, I've never seen Pixie. And there are people already running around distributing illegitimate gear, by the way. Be careful what you're allowing people to trade you. RNG Gods blessed me today and dropped Blue Cake right before LeChance. Nice. Wait for launcher buff? I don't really think that they need it, Tyler. Just people aren't using the launchers. It's the same thing as snipers. Snipers didn't need a buff, people just weren't using snipers. And I've seen some plenty successful launcher stuff. You've got the Torg Sticky option. Launchers, when invested around, can be great save your soul tools, you know, getting up. And I've seen Stone Swan do some very powerful gun dot stuff with launchers. Launchers have very high status effects on them. So, like, they're fine. Increasing the damage on them doesn't solve any of the problems that people have with them, because people aren't building around items. So, increasing the damage on a thing they still won't build around, they'll be like, well, now give us more ammo. And then we end up with Borderlands 3, where there were launcher-only builds that, you know, shot their feet, shot enemies, shot in the sky. It didn't matter what you did. It was just launcher all the time. And a lot of people didn't care for that.
This should be interesting.
Also, not that many launchers that are legendary. The projectiles on the legendaries aren't very beginner-friendly either. Right, we don't have a very straightforward behavior legendary launcher right now. But that'll come with time. Ow.
Who knew heroism required so much?
Just hurt me a little bit. Okay, more than that. Hit me once. Perfect. Hey, Failson, how you doing? Any info on DLC at all? Not yet. A lot of good purple and even blue weapons in this game at the moment. Yeah. Weapons are good across all rarities. Legendaries, purples, and blues. And I need to repeat the legendary bit because there's this weird thing where people are deciding legendaries need blanket buffs in this game, when they don't. That's how you end up with Borderlands 3's balance problems, which even fans of Borderlands 3 like myself do not want to see again. We don't need blanket buffs. Targeted buffs, but not blanket. Carefully selected buffs.
Evil, so never prepared.
Nuke launchers aren't much better. I fired the anchor once and went, no, fuck that. But the damage is good.
Hold
That's the thing. It's just the behavior is awkward. The Mole Man launcher is a pretty workable behavior. And the alt fire is just conventional launcher stuff. Very ammo efficient. I'd go for the Mole Man if you want to mess around with launchers. But non-unique Stokers, very good. Torg Stickies, of course, as mentioned. I've not used the Skulldugger launchers very much. I can't comment on those, other than the blue cake. Fear Hero Supremacy. Hey, Ultra Christy, how you doing? So tired of Lachance. Farming for the Skull Cap is killing me. Yeah, Lachance farming does not sound like the most interesting thing. I don't dedicated farm, but more power to you, Lil Rob. I hope it drops for you soon. Not using any legendary weapons at the moment. And that's the beauty, you don't have to. It's not necessarily a upgrade or downgrade to go to legendary. It's just legendaries are unique things. Sometimes better, sometimes not. Supposed to come out on the 21st? Yeah, that part we do know. Yeah, we currently don't know much more than DLC exists. There's they talked about the mirror system, but that's just like a general content model for future things. We don't know specifics of anything yet. Oh.
Now it's my turn. You can use some more hope in your face. This will come in handy.
Just one ammo.
Yes,
Oh, I have ammo now.
yes, lad. I know.
It's Tooth Fairy. That's why it was taking so long. I was like, why haven't the ricochets killed anything yet? It's because Tooth Fairy needs me to actually shoot them in the face. Oh, the volatile Fragment Rain Hydra and it's decent. Fragment Rain's great, yeah. Skulldugger launchers behave more like a flamethrower. Ah, I enjoyed those in BL3. I'll have to mess around with those. I like the extra projectile arc torrents. They're fun. I do have this on this character. Actually, I've messed with the anchor. I was trying to cryo throw her and shoot for 2 seconds before overheating. I was like, yep. Yeah, a little awkward. Ooh, hard counter by Quartermaster. That's unfortunate. Lazy seemed to have a good understanding of what's coming in the DLC based on broadcast on Saturday morning. The stuff he was talking about was general things they've revealed about future content models. And somewhere they did give indications of which is going where in the season, but we do not have much in terms of specifics. Probably slightly more than I bothered to keep up with, but there's not much specific info.
Let us stain this field. Now that's more like it. You have learned well, my apprentice.
Elemental Cloud from Clumps and Bloops shouldn't work on the Butt Stallion statue. It is a very frustrating occurrence when that happens. Yeah, Rohit, I agree. DLC this fast is nuts though. Borderlands 2 did it. Wonder if when they delayed the game, they kept DLC launch the same. No. So the way it works is, the game went gold, and what that means is that it's basically certified, hey, you're allowed to launch this. DLCs are verified separately. So, the game was done, and the DLC wasn't. Simple as that. So it's not like they chopped off a piece of the game and were like, alright, this will be DLC. No, it's just, it wasn't done. Look at Sharp. Hey Don, how you doing?
Every single one of these is indispensable.
Did we do green? No, let's not. It's meant how the bosses upgrade each week, etc. I didn't really get that much out of the DLC trailer, so I was glad I clarified it. Yeah, there's a blog on the website somewhere that has that info. I don't remember under which section it is. I believe there was also an interview with Matt Cox, King of Dubs. Matt Cox, Lord of the W. There's an interview somewhere where I believe he clarified some of the details a while ago.
This I swear, you will fall this day.
Mind showing your build? Yeah, I can show that to you in a moment, Austin. Let me finish this room. I was trying to avoid that. Don't you run away. See, this is why people think there's density issues, because zombies do that. They drive by and then they just run. Ugh. Like, where's this pirate going? I'm not over there, I'm over here. Enemies are very passive in this game. That's the problem. How about the tax stuff worked out for you last night? It's so stressful and time consuming. Yeah, Dex, I had to... Like, it actually took me a couple attempts. Like, I filed, and then it was like, hey, you forgot this bit. I'm like, shit. So then I had to go search for, you know, another form, and I had a bunch of insurance changes. Like, you know, I'm sure those of you out there with chronic health problems know insurance, battle, grapple stuff. So it's very annoying going, okay, what's my login for this healthcare provider? I need to find my login for this one. I need to get this form, and I need to check these numbers against each other. It was just... Tax time sucks. But, it's all sorted. I'm all good. Plenty of mobs spawn, they just sit in some corner. Yeah. Because launch date for game so close to DLC drop. Not that cut paste content. I don't know how it all works. Oh, I guess. Okay, I'm just wrong. I have to get new content. Yeah, so I probably phrased what I was saying incorrectly, Hazel. It's... They just had the content ready. Like, the launch date of the game was set for a certain time, right? When the game goes gold and they're like, okay, it releases here. And then they just had content ready, and they're like, oh, okay, we'll just give it to you now. I think it was just very fortunate timing. Remember, Borderlands 2 did that with Scarlet DLC. Just, they're like, oh, here's content. I'm happy to get Season Pass content sooner rather than later. There's some games where I'll get the Season Pass and be like, yeah, I love this game. I'll definitely keep playing it. And by the time the Season Pass content comes out, I've already burnt out on the game. I prefer a model like this where we get at least the first drop of it, because it's a 4 content drop. So like the first one, while it's still fresh. Felicia, thank you for the 19 months. Is that 19? Wow. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well today. Morning, Try Time. How you doing? I was BL2'd twice yesterday on a run. Another bulwark buddy got stuck on the floor. The only zombie left. Pain. Suffering.
Frost dagger.
Doom Eternal DLC 2 be like, wait at least a year from you losers. Back 4 Blood just dropped their first DLC, I think, and like, it's been long enough that I'm not overly interested. Eventually, but you know, not enough. Outriders still taking their time on their DLC. Too early for me, I feel you.
What ho, challenger?
Awkward. Thanks, Mushroom. Any health vials? There we go. Appreciate looking forward to DLC. Yeah, me too. Me too. Yeah, this setup's a bit awkward on this fight because there's a lot of chip damage and I have no healing. Like, breaking my ward for my ammo regen is great for my sustain, but then there's the whole this phase. So I kind of have to choose between having my ammo regen and survival. Maybe I run a healing sigil for that. I don't know. I gotta figure that one out. Can wait for Outriders DLC. I'm looking forward to it, but like... You know? Lighthouse Beam Flashbang do anything besides the obvious. Like no damage, just disorients you. The boss moves sometimes when it does that. To be fair for Doom Eternal, I don't think it was expecting COVID to hit when they put out the Season Pass. That's a fair point. Probably do even more damage here if you had Masterwork, just stack your spell weaving. Stacking spell weaving is super easy, Tyler. You don't even need to do that much. You just spam a spell somewhere and it's fine. Morning, Alan, or afternoon, whatever time it is. Afternoon, yes. This is the Outriders game you speak of. Put that in the category of disorienting you. There you go. Glad they're dropping it early as well. In all honesty, though, the play diversity of this game is miles ahead of previous Lands games, so I'm pretty content still with launch content. Yeah, me too, Rager, for sure. But yeah, build overview, as requested. I was gonna do it after that room, but then I decided after that run, so yeah. Spore Warden, down to play the angles. This is what allows the Sawmill to mob effectively. It gives us more bang for our buck. Sawmill's very ammo inefficient, so we're trying to maximize our value per shot, and shooting one enemy and killing 3 is pretty good value. Wrath of Nature is one of the best damage increasing skills in the game, as with Headhunter. We've got one of the very limited sources of ammo regen in the game from Quiver of Holding plus mag size to improve the efficiency of said ammo regen. Move speed, fire rate, good quality of life from Pet Revive. I should spec back into Spore Cloud for some memes, but sometimes losing the mushroom to it, just tanking the wrong things is annoying. Gun crit, low value skill, but it's to get down the tree. Ability damage to boost this down here. This is just from our armor, and Eagle Eye for gun damage. Then over in Spell Shot, Magic Bullets for damage, 2 here to get down the tree, Fire Rate because it's DPS, Font of Mana to get down the tree, Glass Cannon to keep our ward broken, and also for spell damage, which feeds into Magic Bullets, High Thread Count for more Magic Bullets, and more just warming up. One Warcaster, just because when ricochets kill something, and Warcaster triggers, it's more effective DPS against a single target, like a boss fight where there's ads. It can be nice. And then Imbued Weapon for a little bit extra damage because we had 1 point left over. You okay there, Swifty? You want to calm down a bit? Just saying random things is not really good use of chat. Thank you. Hero points wise, max crit, rest spell cooldown. Sorry, you're fine. Don't worry about it. Class mod, I'm using this for my armor, Capone. Smart armor with 3 in Wrath of Nature. Now smart armor is not my pick here. I'm just using it because it's 3 in Wrath of Nature and with good skills here. I do not like having this effect on. It's actually kind of hurting me. I would much rather have... In terms of other options, of course there's Paradigm. Everyone knows Paradigm, you know, spell damage into ability would be good here. But I kind of want to be more creative than that too. I'm thinking maybe I want the Stand Still one. The Stand Still for bonuses one could be cool for just boss melt. Like I park myself in a spot and just brrr. That's something I could get down with. Is it Diamond Gauntlet is the name, I think? Diamond Gauntlet. An Extinction Calamity with an extra charge. That's entertaining. Alright, we're not going to do entirely Sniper Bunny. Just go until we get a Legendary. And then we'll switch to Armor. What's wrong with Smart Armor? It lowers your crit chance. And because I'm doing a lot of uncontrolled damage here, my ricochets I'm not able to target at crit spots. Lowering the crit chance of them is awkward. So it improves your damage peak, but it lowers your damage consistency. Unless you can hit a crit spot. Which I can for my main target, but not for the other targets. If that makes sense, Swift. I don't know if it's been answered, but guns that fire magic missiles, they benefit from spell damage. I've not tested those. Lil Rob, I have no idea. There's a lot of categories of things that get spell damage, and there's some that don't. Melee and ability increased by spell damage. It rolled with gun damage, ability damage, melee crit chance. Is that 3 in Dragon Aura? That's really good. That's really good. Okay, we're taking that. We one-shot a boss yet this stream? Twice, actually, Swifty. We one-shot both the blue boss and the yellow boss this stream. If you do exclamation point bunny with an eye, that'll show the yellow raid boss one-shot we did today. Frenzied Raptor joint training. For this, or just in general? I'd say in general, joint training does more for the Fate Maker, but I don't really do pet stuff. I'd say joint training, generally.
These skills are the inks with which I scribe my name in legend.
An arm piece gives 4 in Dragon Aura and 1 in Blast Chill. It feels very good. That sounds amazing. Fusion Rogue. I would love one of those eventually. Pandemicium is just so... Like, that Poison Explosion it lists there for 550. Now, that does go up with Chaos tier, so, like, that's kind of cool. Volatile has, like, higher base and stuff. But it doesn't get good formula. Like, it's not ability damage, it's not gun damage, it's not melee, it's not spell, it's just, like, a damage source. It gets AoE, it gets elemental, it gets global boosts, but that's it. You can't really get a huge number out of that with currently known tech. And it's in a slot where it's having to compete with things like Paradigm. This is one of those things that I would say a targeted buff would be nice. This armor effect. Either, I don't know, like, rework it or massively pump the numbers, or you could, like, really lower the chance and then really increase the damage. This needs help. this armor effect. Hey Pollution, how you doing? Learned a life lesson, do not live in Pennsylvania and turn off the AC on a warm day and forget to turn the heat back on. It's 58 degrees in my apartment. Ugh. 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 That's a pretty bad selective amnesia. Is that another Panamasium? Seriously? Is that all I get? Ugh. Currently snowing in Ohio. It's pretty nice here right now, I think. I've also done this, do not recommend. Keep in mind, Jester. Especially when poison damage itself is hard enough to increase. Well, I suppose compared to some other elements, poison's harder to increase. Because, like, on Graveborn you can increase Dark Magic, on Berserker you can increase Frost, but those are ultimately very small increases in comparison to gear element increases. Clawbringer can increase all of them equally. But then you're just like, it's just gear, and each of the elements has its own enchant. So it's not that poison damage isn't hard to increase, it's just that there's not a lot of sources of poison damage that are powerful. Obviously there's weapons like the Sawmill that can roll in that element out of others as well. The Livewire is a good poison weapon. This enchantment is poison damage. But then you got Panamasium, which is just like, it doesn't have a strong base. So you can multiply it a bunch, but the base isn't good, so it just doesn't get anywhere compared to other things you could put in that slot. Let's put some stuff away. Oh, I was able to see icons for a moment. That was a fun couple seconds. Why do I have so many twin souls? I'm weird. You mean White Rider? Did I say Livewire? I meant White Rider. Yeah. Poison character come up Thursday. Wish I could bet. They've not said we're getting the DLC character DLC 1. I mean, a lot of people are assuming that. But I suppose the Lands community has a history of kind of elevating their expectations and then being disappointed later. Remember when people convinced themselves there'd be a Trant takedown and then got mad that there wasn't a Trant takedown that they never promised they would do? Good times. Poison Pixies are fun. I don't personally find Pixies fun. Like, if I wanted to not play the game, there are more interesting ways to not play the game. Just my opinion. Instead of the 4th DLC, and there you go.
Chew on this. Back in business. Yeah. No magic left.
Hit me once. One time. Thank you.
Remember this. You could have run.
Hand tremors, so I kind of rely on pets. And I'm glad they're an option in the game for people who have situations such as yours, Homie Data. I don't think that playstyle is invalid, it's just not something I personally enjoy, and that's okay. I don't have to enjoy everything. Like, this game doesn't exist for just my desires.
Impressive, I know.
So I'm glad you have that option. Lightning reloads. High single projectile or pellets? High single. High single. Preferably pistols. Pistols just have way harder hitting. Anarchy. Well, that'll be interesting. When I got back to BO3, they had the Trant raid buff, and I couldn't progress new character story for so long. Yeah, that not being opt-in was unfortunate. It was cool for well-established players, but, like, TVHM playthroughs kind of got really, really bad for a week. Once again, TVHM playthroughs are not something I ever personally cared for, or about, but it doesn't change the fact that it ruins somebody's day. I'm gonna try to do a lightning reload focus build. I'll play my my lightning chuck build on the next run. We're doing a lot of sawmill. Change it up next run.
Magical. Show them no quarter. Divine coach. But what?
Find them so fun. Me too, son. Love UVHM and TVHM, hope to bring it back. UVHM, I have no love for. UVHM was just padding. Because the problem with UVHM presented in both Borderlands 2 and TPS was if you wanted to do max level endgame content, you had to play the story 3 times. So endgame focused players who wanted to go through the story a single time and get to the endgame content still had to go through 3 times. And that is forcing people to consume types of content they don't want to. Which isn't necessary. It's not good game design. And I'm glad they stepped away from that. But having a New Game Plus option that just is there for the sake of doing New Game Plus, I support that. I think that it would be good for the game if they added New Game Plus to this eventually. Show manual sawmill reload speed? Yeah, sure. Looks like that. Very slow. Didn't mean to imply. Oh, yeah, no, homie data. I know. You're all good. I just wanted to clarify my stance on that. A funny thing that happens all the time as a content creator is people like to take your words in context they were not meant. So sometimes I do needlessly clarify myself, but you're all good, dude. Didn't like how it locked out skill points, then having specific guns and gear to even do the UVHM content I was struggling hard. It caused more problems in terms of overall game health, I think, than it gave. Just for the kinds of things I cared about anyway. That being endgame balancing, progression that actually feels meaningful, and access to endgame. Like, I enjoyed the climb through OP levels, for example. I didn't like refarming gear every level. OP level gear was dumb. But the climb between earning your new maximums for both OP levels and Chaos levels, I love that shit. There's a tangible sense of reward as you go through. It just feels good. Does Throwable Hole have any unique scaling or the same as a standard? I don't know if it's been tested too much, homing data. I think a lot of people are just kind of turned off from even touching the item because it can't be enchanted, so like a lot of people just don't care immediately because of that. So I think that needs to be tested still. Unless Sen has done it and I missed it, which is entirely possible. Sen is crazy with testing all these things. Not loon enemies eating my spawns again.
Cool your head.
Antique Great Bow can't be enchanted either, and you've proven how cursed that gun is. Well, the Antique Great Bow can. The used Great Bow can't. So you can enchant the Antique one for the one-shot, but you can't enchant the used one. However, the used one will retain the Chaos tiers of the original. So if you have a volatile Antique Great Bow, and you use it, it will become a volatile used Great Bow. Which still has very good stats. Last Rite still can't be enchanted? Correct. Sucks to get all your items and they increase the level cap. Yeah, that's one of the many reasons I'm not in support of level cap increases for this game. It's just not an experience that most players find enjoyable. And it also just needlessly increases player power. Just causes balance problems. Level caps are not good for these games.
Victory is mine.
The level cap increases, I should say. No, more precise wording.
I lack the ability to do that. Feeling closer, eh?
Being on board with the challenge show on brick gear, upgrade gear from regular to chaotic, that sounds like stuff that they'd probably stray pretty heavily away from. Like, they outright make fun of systems like that in dialogue in this game. Like, crafting systems, they just roast them in like 4 separate occasions. I don't think Gearbox likes that kind of design. For whatever reason. Wonder if we get a takedown or something similar. It'd be nice. I'm always a fan of takedowns. So luck effect moon orbs shouldn't. Have to be honest, wouldn't mind 5 more points, but I'm also happy with the current level. 5 more points would serve no purpose except for increasing player power. And that's not really something that needs to happen right now. Like, maybe after a few chaos cap increases, whatever. Because by that point, the stat boosts on your gear will be so much larger than what your skill trees provide. As long as it doesn't bring us to capstone, whatever. But right now, I can't get on board with that. Like, this setup would be able to take 1 slot, 1 kill. And do I need more gun damage? Like, do I really? Especially with the reduced quantity of skill trees, increased level cap would not increase build diversity. Right. Per character, you have 2 skill trees instead of 3. It could get real messy real fast. I just don't see the value. What do you think will be the final level cap? I don't think we'll get 2 capstones. I hope it's 40. I hope the final level cap is 40. That is my stance on it. Oh, Vorkin, our buddy, I'm so sorry. The damage. Holy shit. I'm sorry, buddy. Tell that 2 guys 1 power trip. I will. Level caps are bad for game health. If you want big number, lower difficulty. If you don't want to try, lower difficulty. We have two separate elective difficulty systems in this game, in chaos levels and in-game difficulty level. If you want game easy, use that. Use that. It's there. Do not force a decrease of difficulty upon an entire game's community because you don't like the concept of choice making in a build-based game. That is my statement to the toxic people who reject the concept of limits on skill points. Now, that is not addressed at anyone here, I want to be perfectly clear, but there is a very loud and very rude section of the community that will immediately label you as an elitist for saying, you know, maybe don't. So that's it then. Ammo regen kinda nuts. It's great stocks. The last gasp shield. 10% ammo regen when this is broken. And we got the 3% from Spore Warden. Pretty nasty. Got a new set of classes? Yeah, absolutely. They've confirmed one. I hope we get one or more. But they've confirmed one. More than one would be sick. But new classes, because you choose that skill tree. It is taking one of your skill tree slots. You are making a choice. So that's valuable to me. It still enforces the aspect of the multi-class system where you have to pick and choose. And that's why it works well.
I've located a healing fire. Haha! There's a tip here. I'm doing this.
So what's the fate of a chance to continually proc Blast Gasp? It does. On every hit. Cool, Bunny, I'm so sorry. Sorry, buddy. As a little challenge of building was fun for me. Yeah, like what's the point of a skill tree if you can have everything? That's the thing. Like, at that point, the entire mechanic of a skill tree is wasted development time. Managed to make it so item player and enemy stats don't scale up above 80 in BL2, so refarming OP levels just shouldn't be a thing in Ozlands now. I can easily make just a standalone mod. That's pretty sick, Asa. I like that. On a certain group of players, though, they might whine until Kappa 72 again. There's always going to be someone whining about something. But it's very interesting to know that people with different play styles are unified on different concepts. And for the most part, build crafters are like, pump the brakes on skill points. I've seen very little dissent on that particular issue. Now, of course, I'm sure there's someone thinking in their head the argument of, but casual players, and I'm glad you bring that up, because casual players do not need the extra skill points, since the casual players are the ones who are less likely to be going to Chaos 20 at all. They're less likely to be playing on the intense difficulty setting, and the lower your difficulty, the less you need those things anyway. Like, a large percentage of the players who have ever played this game have never seen a chaotic drop, because lots of people buy game, play story, put down game. That is the majority. That is more than any of us here. So it doesn't affect that group of people. I'm back and forth on whether I want this or not. I guess I'll take it. Casual players might not even get to 40 to begin with. Right. My first playthrough, doing some side stuff, I finished the story at 28. 28. I had to grind to 40. Ooh, Dark Magic Great Bow. Nice. Is there restricted to only one capstone? Does that work? It's still a bit much. It's still, like, at that point, it's better, Rohith, for sure. It's better than introducing double capstone. But at that point, still, why are you doing it? It's It's a pros cons thing. What is the benefit of doing such a thing, increasing the points, versus the negatives? The negatives, you strangle the life of builds out of the game. You just lower build diversity, which is one of the things this game does best. You are cutting out one of the strengths of the game by increasing skill points. What do you gain in exchange for that? Power fantasy that you could get in other ways anyway? Doesn't seem worth. Difficulty affect anything after enabling chaos? Yes. The in-game difficulty slider affects the entire game. I was the opposite, did everything before moving on to the next area and got forwarded by Drowned Abyss. Nice, Jay. Nice. Say finish the game level 8? No, I said level 28. 28. I don't understand people who go, it's a PvE game, don't nerf only buff. It's because they care about big number above everything else, and they do not care about anything outside of that. Literally anything. They don't care about longevity of the game, they don't care about other people's enjoyment. They're like, I like big number, and that's it. And like what you like. At the end of the day, as a community-oriented content creator, I care more about things like game health. Because people don't give a shit about dead games, and poorly balanced games bore people. Bored players don't stick around in a community, so it just shrinks the number of people who care about games like this. So I'm more inclined to care about that than I am about big number. Yo, Zen, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 14 months.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Power fantasy? Zoomed in Pog.
Zoomed in Pog. Thank you, Zen. I appreciate it. I hope you're well. I have 5 classes and 25 points. Monkey's Paw. No, Failson, stop. Don't chaos levels kind of negate build shortfalls? Don't need skill point increases between easy mode and mayhem? Yeah, you can always just, like, if you feel weak, just lower the chaos level. And it's not like Borderlands 3 or 2 where what difficulty level you're on determines the final strength of the item. Now, there's breakpoints where that happens, like currently Volatile is only Chaos 20. But that is one thing. You could get a drop on Chaos 1 and Chaos 19, and they'll be exactly the same. So you can kind of freely mess with your difficulty in this system, which makes it a way better system than Mayhem and OP levels. Or at least Mayhem 2.0 and OP levels. Mayhem 1.0 allowed you to change freely as well, but the modifiers in 1 through 3 were shit, so no one did that anyway. Yeah, let's do some lightning bolt chucking. Truly haven't wanted a game to have longevity and was for a long time until this game. I'm highly enjoying this game. I want to spend a lot more time with it. Yeah, me too, Rob. Me too. I want the sense of goodwill and excitement to last as long as possible. And balance is important for game health. Here's another example. Diablo 3 is over 10 years old. Actually, I think it turns 10 years old in like a month. But Diablo 3, 10 years old. They're still doing like balance updates every 2-3 months. They balance around their seasons. It's a 10-year-old game. And it has that longevity because they regularly rebalance things as needed to keep things fresh. Most of the content that game's added over the last 8 years hasn't been anything new in gameplay, but they just restructure what's there, and then it becomes enjoyable again for people. Now, I haven't played an ActiBliz game in a while, because fuck that company, but the concept still stands. It's much more free system than Tiers and Outriders. Yeah, they loosen the constraints on the tier system and Outriders a little bit, but it's still, like, progressing to that point where you have all the challenge tiers is miserable. Like, you world tiers and challenge tiers is, ugh. I suppose the challenge tier thing is, like, not existent anymore, but yeah, still, ugh, grindy. Punishing. Blizzard makes profit from D3. New sales. That's it. In the case of playing Diablo 3, a game that I've purchased twice over, 10 years, it's not the fact that me playing it would give them any money, it's that I do not feel comfortable consuming products from that company anymore, on top of my desire not to give them money. So, like, I don't feel comfortable playing their games. Just that video game entertainment shouldn't come at a human cost. That's just how I feel about it. It's a bit off topic.
It's your funeral.
Loved Outriders till I just got bored. I don't think I'd ever go back to it. The big update they did... When was this? Was this November? When was that Outriders update? I want to say it was like November. Yeah, it was definitely November. That update they did was actually really, really good. The problem is, there wasn't much in terms of new content. It wasn't enough to keep people around for a while. Which is why the DLC has been so, like, eagerly awaited. But they just kinda haven't dropped it yet. People over profit? Yeah. How'd the Gluttony stuff go? It's going well, C4. We played it a little bit. We do a run of that after this one, probably. Maybe 2 runs of this, then 1 run of that. But thank you for your help with that, by the way. It was very helpful. Build looks like fun. I love it a lot, Worlds. It's using a Lightning Bolt Fear Knot, a Chain Lightning Bolt Fear Knot. And they're just very satisfying. If I'm gonna throw Furiors, I like these or Dagger Storms. I don't personally care for Hydras, Pixies, or Shrikes, because it just, for my playstyle, I want to have a more active role to get that enjoyment. That's just my personal preference. I'm gonna drop a Great Bow that can't roll reroll enchants. So the used Great Bows cannot, Don. The antique ones that haven't been fired can be enchanted. The used ones cannot. Lost Diablo 3 and Reaper Souls when I bought my new Xbox. Had no way to prove I owned it. And yes, I wouldn't play it either. Reaper Souls was such a good expansion for that game, I gotta say. Really reworked a lot of stuff, added a lot of longevity. Good. Is Great Bow Enchant thing a bug or intended? Until proven otherwise, I'm operating under the assumption that all things that cannot be enchanted are intended. That is the assumption I am operating under.
Looks like magic back on the menu.
Side note, I really like this spell. It does knockback around me, and I can use that to knock Cyclops out of the sky. Daggers and bolts scale on what? Dagger storms are gun damage and elemental. Lightning bolts, the crossbow barrel ones are apparently also spell. My PC is super loud right now. That's concerning. What do you think, spell will be changed with the patch? What do you mean? Spell shot? How much do I think? Nothing. How much do I hope? Hope it gets nerfed. But how much do I think will happen? I don't really expect anything for a spell shot. was a strong fire dot. Hello? Spell shot is new Amara, no nerfs ever. Well, Amara was the weakest Vault Hunter in Borderlands 3 Capone, and she was adjusted regularly. So I don't really see a comparison. I think needs nerfed. Curious to your opinion. Magic bullets is gross. It is the only available source of bullet damage remaining in skill trees, and it's on the character that gets the largest quantity of spell damage, which can already be advantageous to convert with a warped paradigm. Spell shot also gets quality of life such as reload speed, both kinds of cooldown, crit chance on spells, can go all the way to capstone to remove cooldown mechanic on spells entirely, gets auto reloads, gets bonus elements on both spells and guns, gets ward tanking as a survivability option. Like, spell shot does fucking everything. And it doesn't need magic bullets on top of that everything. This doesn't mean it needs magic bullets to be as strong as it is. That was Amara, the weakest Vault Hunter. She delivered the lowest damage. I don't know how to put that. She delivered the lowest damage in most speedrunning categories. She was the slowest character.
Dust in the crops again?
And there it is. Doesn't mean she was weak, just means she was weaker. Doesn't mean bad, just means if you rank things, which is part of why I don't think ranking things is ever fruitful, she ranks last. Someone had to.
I blame you for trying.
Found Amara easiest to pick up and play. Maybe it's just my subjective experience. That's what Amara had going for her more than anything else. Amara was very straightforward in terms of what you do. It's very hard to die. You don't need to worry about mobbing versus bossing guns in most instances. And you had lots of ways, hey, do this to this enemy, and then that one will also go away. Like, she was just very straightforward. Doesn't directly translate to power, but power is also a subjective metric. But if any of those metrics are speedrun clear times in endgame content, or story content, or maximum damage numbers hit in single target scenarios, then she would be quantified as the weakest. I'm disagreeing from my perspective. Amara was low damage to that energy ball. Yeah, the thing with that ball, Jay, is not only was that ball lower damage than the peak damage of other characters, it also had a longer setup time and was extremely unreliable in most scenarios in the game. Like, it's just not as good. And that's fine, because Amara is still good. And that's the entire thing people are leaving out in their context of class conversations in this game. You'll see me point out issues that Clawbringer has compared to other classes, but it's always a comparison. Because, on its own, Clawbringer's fine. Clawbringer's good. I still consider Clawbringer my favorite class right now. Like, my main build right now is my gun Clawbringer. But you put certain things of that character in the context of other characters, and that's where the comparisons start to look like, wait, well, if this one can have this, why can't this one have a little more here? When I run Amara with a melee Nova shield, I usually one-shot almost anything. Okay, let's break this down, homie data. So I didn't say cannot one-shot. I didn't say couldn't succeed. I didn't say wasn't good. In terms of damage numbers, it's lower. That's it. If you're using the melee Nova shield, yeah, Flak hits harder with that. Moe's hits harder with that. Now, Moe's can't do it as frequently, and Flak has to be a bit more selective with gear, but Amara was the third strongest user of that particular item. So, like, it's always an issue of comparison. Not everything needs to be, you know, this is the best. It can just be good and you can have fun with it. And ultimately, if you're ever applying best to anything, it's not only comparative, but it's situational. There are things I would use Amara for that I wouldn't use other Vault Hunters for. For example, one of my favorite guns in Borderlands 3, the Pestilence. Amara had the most pros when using that gun versus other characters. She could wipe out its elemental shortcoming of radiation being bad against armor. Purple Tree Capstone took care of that. Amara had the most weapon swap speed, so she could spam Pestilence Novas the most frequently. Did action skill damage, elemental damage, and gun damage all available in Tree. Small quantity of gun damage, but it was there. She just had a good formula for that Pestilence Nova. So that was something she was good at in a way other characters weren't. So in the context of that, she's better at that. But it's all context based. That's why ranking things in a general sense is rarely accurate. It's why I hate tier lists, top 10 lists, top 5 lists, because they're so insanely reductive. They don't tell you anything useful.
That's more like it. Like rain, only sharper.
Saying Amara is the weakest based on her overall tree damage formula. Yes, and her kit for endgame content speedrunning. Now, there are some categories where Amara is indeed a little bit faster than some other characters, depending on the category. This is also runner dependent. Something to keep in mind. But you can look at, for example, Borderlands 3 time trials boards, and you can see how different characters compare. Amara's got a couple categories where she's crazy fast. But, depending on what sort of things you're looking at, these times change. For example, if you allow the Lucky 7 gun on the table, Lucky 7 Moes absolutely slaps everything else in that game for clear time in most activities. Amara with the Lucky 7 doesn't clear as fast as Moes with the Lucky 7. If you put that gun off the table, then there's a couple categories where Moes is faster, a couple categories where Amara is faster, etc. But if you move a lot of those things off the table, then Zane is the fastest for most categories, you know? It's all situational subjective, and it's very hard to quantify in a broad sense. You know, I'm obviously being a lot more wordy than, this one's the weakest. So, when I reduce it down to Amara's the weakest, it's just know that in terms of quantified world records, she holds the least. Have they said anything about patches for UI? UI is not something they could hotfix, and we can expect a patch this coming week. Or in 3 days, I suppose. Because DLCs generally require patches, so I would expect some UI stuff, but they've not confirmed that there will be. Here's the dirty C word. Yeah, how many times did I say context today, chat? Tutorial split screen on consoles unplayable launch of this game? I believe it. Split screen, excuse me, on Borderlands 3, at least on PS4, was not good. Said I'll be out of town, leaving the day DLC drops. Won't be back till probably late Sunday. Look at it this way, Lil Rob. Any sort of bugs and stuff, people are likely to have a better handle on that stuff by the time you're here. Bugs, strategies for the new content, which items to look out for and stuff. So it just gives you time to enjoy life stuff while you wait for useful info. Add to what you're saying, there's a dynamic between playing from the meta approach and the for fun approach. I've been caught in between wanting Clawburger to be my main. Yeah, Dragon Sash, that's an excellent point. Not all of the fun of playing these kinds of games comes from being the most powerful. Sometimes there's just a playstyle you might like more, and you want to maximize that playstyle, or even not maximize, just experience it. So yeah, there's absolutely some important merit to what you're saying. How crucial is chaotic or volatile gear to solo and chaos 20 intense, melee bosses, raid bosses? Depends on the setup. Dyson, there's going to be some setups that are a little more gear intensive than others, but ultimately you don't need it at all. This game is absolutely not balanced with volatile in mind. Volatile kind of trivializes the game in a lot of cases. Chaotic gear just makes it a little bit easier on you, but you can absolutely do everything solo, intense, chaos 20, without a single piece of chaotic or volatile gear at all. You'll be fine. That's a volatile Ragnarok. I'll take that. Love throwing the hammer. Me too, Capone. Super strong. Hey, Chishima, how you doing? I ranted a lot there. Let me catch up. Also, why is my power supply is probably going again. Hey, Frolio, how you doing? Reading patch notes to be fun, hopefully. Hopefully. Wishimara actually use hands for melee, similar to Krieg. All melee, two-hand punching, also be able to shoot out phase orbs, steal flying enemies. I mean, she did use hands, though. Like, her melee animation was an open palm, unless you had a bladed weapon. But if you didn't have a bladed weapon, it was just, she palmed. And actually, even if you did have a bladed weapon, if you had Find Your Center active, it overrode it with the palm animation. So, like, she did just use her hands. Do you mean, like using all of them? Then that would have been cool, but... Cleans their PC, though? I do. Sometimes. It's been like a couple weeks, but I did recently. Shield you're running on this setup, Body Rune. Tried and true, tried time. Body Rune, the Church of Body Rune. Ooh, great bow, yes please. Wait till Senate gets added and the power creep begins. So the thing with that is, further chaos tiers will not inherently unbalance the game, because the further chaos tiers are just going to be more difficult as well. But the problem arises when you look at how different things are going to scale differently with those increases. For example, these stats getting bigger from chaos tier increases is going to be ridiculous, because you can triple roll these potentially, right? But even one on its own with the right ring effect is going to be massive. In the armor slot, these scale up with chaos tiers, but the effects down here don't. So a paradigm will be fine because it's related to the bonuses you get here. But something like the Pandemicium, which we spent a bunch of time shitting on. Do I have one on me? That one won't scale up. Selective Amnesia's damage bonus will not scale up. So some things will get stronger as the game progresses. Some things will be left behind. Are all Queen's Cry dual element? I just got one that has shock. I remember seeing that. That's just a taser, Capone. Yeah, that's just a taser. Got the Spore Warden enchant on a Pixie Gun with the Pixie's proc the explosion. If the Pixies deal gun damage, yes. If the Pixies deal gun or ability damage, then yes. So if they make dice account bound, us poor souls and consoles don't want to make new characters. Thing with that for Holio is you could just not get the dice, though. You could just, like... You could just not. This character has 69 dice, and I still get a bunch of legendaries. And I've had... hell, on the stream today, my main Clawbringer has all collectibles, including all dice and all shrines. And he had a couple pulls where he had less legendaries than in this pile. Like, at the end of the day, dice is just luck. It's just luck. So sometimes it'll result in better averages, but sometimes you still get screwed. Ultimately, I consider putting that time that time and energy I would have put towards getting the dice, I consider my time better spent on just playing the game. So I just don't bother with dice. Do another Dire Sacrifice run. Mars Concept, so much potential. They distributed some of the noteworthy effects of various past characters throughout the characters in this game. And I think they did it in a pretty interesting way. Like, there's some skills in skill trees you can recognize as like, oh, that's from this character. But they still feel different. And, you know, I like it. I don't want to play as much, so I want the best chances I can to get good gear. That's understandable. Yeah, like, obviously my perspective comes from that of I do this for a living. I have lots of playtime in the game. So I don't mind long sessions of Chaos Chamber because it's what I enjoy and it's how I pay my bills. But other people might not have the same perspective on that as I do, which is why I just kind of remain neutral on the whole dice discourse thing. I see the appeal of making it account bound, but I also just don't personally care enough, so I just stay out of that one.
Think you can make it?
CDR formula in this game, extremely complicated and it's a lot. It's a lot for Julio. There's a lot of different things going on with different heroes in this game. Like a lot. A lot of it's still being figured out. It's super complicated. Like, Dagger Storm formula is just kind of fucked. It just kind of doesn't make sense. Kind of like TDR shotguns in Borderlands 3, actually. It just never really ended up making sense. You know this game's coming to Steam? They've not announced the Steam release date, Luckadoo. There's been implication that it will happen at some point, but they've not given a release date or anything. Like, a store page exists, I believe, but if the game's not available there, and they've given no release date. Think they should add elemental primers to this game similar to Slag? No, I don't think anything remotely like Slag should come back, and clearly neither did they, because it's been 10 years since they designed a game with Slag in it. Slag was a terrible game mechanic, it's been gone for 10 years, and we need to let it fucking die. Slag was awful. RNG debuff, bloating the elemental pool, forced on the player in such a way that a lot of people, now admittedly erroneously, believe that you needed it to be successful. You didn't need it, but the game sure as shit wanted you to believe that. Slag was terrible game design. Not doing Slag and TPS is one of the best decisions Gearbox ever made. Or, I'm sorry, 2K Australia, I believe, developed that. But yeah, not doing Slag in Borderlands 3, we'll say, is one of the best decisions Gearbox ever made. Can't commit to buying on Epic. Ultimately, that's your decision. I personally, I think launcher loyalty is just a fancy way of depriving yourself of things.
Feel your life slipping away?
For me, like, if I want to play a game, it's available one place, I get it that place. That's just how I work. Not everyone does, though, so ultimately it is your decision. But it's likely that this will be available on Steam at some point. Borderlands 3 was a 6-month window. Now, they've not given us any sort of window for this game, so I genuinely don't know. What was that noise? Yeah, I think my PC is legitimately dying right now. Your OBS just farted. You guys heard that too, right? Okay. Linux is a thing too? Yeah. I've been told by Linux users that there are workarounds, but yes. Linux does have some issues with launcher compatibility for certain game releases. That is very true. Bad bearing in the PSU. It's funny, Big Jeff, because that is exactly the last problem I had with my PSU. And I've had to replace my PSU the last 2 times I had computer issues. It was that. Both times. And it was the exact same thing. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, is it me? That was my encoder fucking up? No, that was definitely my PC. Pain. Cat hair in it? The first time was before I had cats. That's the thing. Any chance your parts are drawing additional power? Maybe. Quag hair in it? I don't have enough hair for that anymore. Something malfunction causing another part to overdraw from PSU. Fucking likely at this point. It's long since time for me to replace the whole thing. I just paid the tax man yesterday, so like... I could probably justify it. Still be a faulty PSU again. A system overheating during summer. It's spring here though, just Jima. It's like... what's the temperature right now? Let me check. It's 50 Fahrenheit right now. Not exactly heat. So if there's a heat issue, it's not the environment, it's the PC. I'm going to use, and this is the Gluttony Vibe Central. Unfortunately, dependent on brand, PSU failures, common on PC issues. Yeah, that's really loud. This is the exact thing that happened last time my PSU failed. It's so fucking frustrating. Like, there's enough individual things that I just want to upgrade that I'll probably just get a high little thing. No point replacing 3 separate parts when I could just... Ooh, Diamond Gauntlets. This is what I kind of want for the Sawmill build. Not with these rolls, but these aren't bad rolls to have. Good PSU or budget PSU? Oh, it was a good PSU. But old, good for the time, I should say, Big Jeff. Old rig. Built in 2017. I'm pretty sure I replaced the PSU 1-to-1 last time it went with what I had. So, like, I could just get more modern shit for fucking everything. Put down the Bose comms. Let's be honest, it makes sense. PSU's providing the power for everything the computer does. RAM holds a memory of all the bad decisions you make. I make a lot of bad decisions. It's checking out, Orbane. It's certainly checking out. Weapon Sick, how do you get it? I get all my gear from farming the Chaos Chamber. Vibe Central. Most items have dedicated sources somewhere, but honestly, just Chaos Chamber. I go for that Pistol Bunny, and that's how I got this. Or that's how I got a copy of this. This particular copy was provided to me by C4, who took pity on me in my enchantment re-rolling frenzy and helped me get one with the enchant I wanted. Queen's Gate Obelisk. There you go. That's where this one's from. Can Gluttony roll bounce instead of impact? I don't believe so. But I don't know. I've only seen impact. Estimated playtime so far? Let me check the launcher for you. 14 days, 16 hours is what it says on the launcher for me. Now that is just my time on the retail copy. I'm on the content creation team, so I was playing the game on a review build before launch. I had a few days on that, and then there was a demo build before that. There was like a limited chunk of the game. I had a couple days on that. So just my post-launch time is getting close to 15 days, and then add on like another 4.
That's what make it better cooking.
Main game at the moment? Yes. Anything else you're looking forward to playing at the moment? Other stuff I'm playing at the moment. Godfall recently dropped an update, and it's been hard justifying the time to do that away from this game, but I like that game. It's just kind of a side game. In terms of stuff I'm looking forward to, when the Monster Hunter Rise expansion drops in the summer, I do plan on getting into that. I have the game, I've just not started playing it yet, and I was told that would be a good time to start.
I'd give it all for a little.
What else is coming out that I'm looking forward to? Forspoken, that PlayStation exclusive, looks really interesting. It's a new IP. I kind of want to check that out. That's in November. I have a terrible memory, so remembering all these games I'm hyped for is so difficult. What's coming out, chat? What are you guys excited for? Play Iceborne 2? I will. You play Monster Hunter? World? Yes. I haven't played Iceborne, but I played World. I own Rise, I just haven't played Rise yet. Also, hi, Meowie. Beat the game in 2 days. I did the entirety of the story in one sitting. My first playthrough. Try the game Returnal? I've not yet. I've not. I've heard really good things about that component. They did a new DLC for that? Ooh.
Now that's the good stuff.
Horizon? I've not played Horizon Forbidden West either. Now, one of the things that I didn't care for about Horizon Zero Dawn, because, like, that's one of those games that I kind of admire from afar. I didn't care for it when I played it myself. It just wasn't very enjoyable to me. It's something about the movement. But Forbidden West looks like it has such an improved movement system, and movement system is how you win me over. That's why Forspoken looks so cool to me. The movement is a big deal. So I do want to play Forbidden West at some point. I'm just, budgeting the time. This is where Dire Sacrifice builds fall off, bossing. So Gluttony hard carries the boss. Answer the question about Gluttony from earlier. It can also roll with Singularity in addition to Daggerstorm. I believe this one has Singularity. I thought they all had that, but, that could have been only the ones I used ever had that. That's good to know. Can't wait to see which direction this DLC goes. Yeah, excited. the high damage twister. Sword explosion. No thank you. This thing's loud as shit. After stream, I'll probably take it apart and clean it and assess. But yeah, most likely I'll be placing that order I've been dragging my feet on. Too many fucking zeros replacing a PC these days, chat. Ooh. Ooh. That's a quad bow. With damage crossbolts. And it's chaotic. And it's an element. I've been looking for a good quad bow. You can see I have a lot of gluttonies. I was re-rolling gluttonies for a while. Don't judge me. How we call it, Quagbow. Let's do it. I'm down. Around tonight if you need to DM about anything PC related. Might do that. Nice control. Snipers you going for? Sawmill. We're gonna switch back to the sawmill build for another run, but we're looking for ×2 sawmills. Various elements. I've not gotten a fire sawmill in literally weeks at this point. And it's got me feeling some type of way. But sawmills are great. Also, great bows are great. I take any sawmills that meet my standards, and also just any great bows I get, period. Quite gonna slide my DMs. Ooh, it's not all I'm gonna slide in. Can I get Legos to drop? Only one from the bunnies? At the end of the day, Carmen, it is luck-based. It is luck-based. I've had terrible hauls with all dice. I've had really good hauls with no dice. It varies. See, the counter is not just my bug? Yeah, Nekuzero. It only increments up in that increment. 1 day, 1 hour, 1 minute. Just goes up by that much. RNG is RNG. Yeah. Alright, give me 1 second, chat. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. You can admire this beautiful sawmill while I'm away. Be right back, real quick. Alright, I'm back. Alright, yeah, let's do another run with this build. And then maybe we go one-shot a couple more raid bosses. Yeah. Yeah. UI though, man. Yeah, the UI in this game is, not good. Like, it's pretty in screenshots, but it kind of falls off with the functioning bit. Like, just like about UI, it doesn't work. That'd be the main one. Dealing with the UI is actually burning me out due to having inventory managed so much. Yeah, when I go in my bank and then none of the icons render, that's a problem. That's a problem.
Cool your head. Try and keep up.
Boss damage isn't where I want it to be, not horrible, but yeah, tried time. Bossing in this game is just much harder than mobbing. Mobbing is kind of on the easy side, bossing is a little more difficult than other Lands games. It creates an interesting environment. You say BL3 had a better UI? Yes, and BL3's UI was not particularly good. BL3 UI was equally bad. BL3 UI was not good, but it worked better than this one. You could see bank icons in BL3 UI, for example. This screen didn't break after a save quit, or break after a map transition until your next save quit. It does in this game, you know. Looking at your hero stats, the tooltips, you know, they disappear unless you hover over your class power in between each time you hover over a new thing. It just doesn't work. Drag and drop system for inventory worked like 50% of the time. I never used that feature, but at least I could see my items. It's very frustrating. Now, I'm optimistic that we'll get some adjustments in that department, but keep in mind, patience is key. That's the kind of thing that you can really only expect in a patch. And it's probably not realistic to expect it all in one patch, so there's going to be some patience in order, you know? Oh, that's too much damage. I was trying to break my ward, not my life, but alright. BL2 had a good UI? Yeah. BL2, BL1 had much better UIs. BL2, BL1, PPS, just UI was better. Also, the inventory, I really like the BL2 inventory. Because you had the character model thing, you know? Like, seeing your character, which you can't even do in this game half the time because this just covers it, so what's the point of the screen space just being that? But, like, you could rotate, and it didn't detract from your viewable inventory. Like, this was where you could access the information. But this... like, this is pretty, sure. But I don't care. I want to see my items. But that's ultimately the only significant thing that I dislike about this game. It's just the UI. UI issues, they can iron those out, and then my biggest concern is just gone. This game's super solid in the gameplay department. And gameplay is what I care about more than anything else in a game. For some people it's graphics, for others it's story. For some it's, you know, UI design. For me, it's just, as long as it works well enough for me to get to the gameplay, I don't care any further than that. BL2 had a better UI because way more of the screen is dedicated to seeing your gear instead of your character, but right. Whenever I select the Searing Tether Curse and go into fight for your life, there's a weird aim snap. Yeah, that's a known issue right now. If you use photo mode at all, then until your next save quit, entering or exiting Save Your Soul will cause you to do a 180. It's very annoying. So I'd recommend just, if you use photo mode for anything, do a quick save quit at your earliest convenience after that. The in-game UI during gameplay good? Like the HUD during combat like this, Chishima? Yeah, that's fine. I'm all good with that. This part works fine. It's just the inventory, the bank, the character stats, the map. That stuff is kind of stuff. What was my favorite HUD design? Yeah, the HUD, I honestly like the aesthetics a lot. Like, I love how the health bar looks. That's probably my favorite bit. But the experience bars are pretty clean. The buff bar is a lot more readable than Borderlands 3's, which massive points for that.
Such a grand.
And the font is very pretty. Fucking jump scare from that because I didn't realize I died, but my screen just snapped into an enemy. Yeah. The font, notice immediately, it didn't realize how much it mattered until it saw it look so good. Yeah, just, it's the little things, but the font is so pretty in this game. Very good stylistic choice.
Hello, little sprout.
Thanks, play the angles. Chaotic Salmon. I have a better one. Four HP, huh? That's scary. Fire Ancient Deity and Selective Amnesia. Thoughts? Ancient Deity is... The resistance would help. The damage increase would be negligible compared to other things you could have in that slot. The resistance would be nice. I'd say you'd get more out of a fire transistor though, honestly, if you're going for damage in that way, and it'd still roll as a fire element, you'd still get that element resist from the ward. Less than Ancient Deity, but I'd go with transistor, personally. But in terms of like, if I could have any ward for Selective Amnesia, I'm still going Body Rune. Or Last Gasp, honestly, because you could use the dot from the Amnesia to keep your ward broken without having to be a spell shot. So you could use this I'm using, which gives you 25% fire rate, 20% reload speed, and 10% ammo regen. Very big bonuses to have. Looking at ways to offset the dot. Bad Egg. Bad Egg is really good. It's got a fresh multiplier for your melee damage, by the way. It's got a hidden extra melee buff on top of the bonus element. So Bad Egg is, like, super cracked for melee.
Magical.
Got a chaotic mistrial. Nice, Jester. Yeah, mistrial is good. I suppose now that quad bow is obtainable, it's like the second best. I think quad bow performs a little bit higher at peak than a mistrial does because of the enchant thing. But still a good gun. So it'll take about 20 minutes to do a full extended cast 20 run with all curses. 20 minutes for an extended run is decent, Capone. That's not anything to sniff at all. Like, especially with all curses, that's good. Are you doing elite rooms in that?
For the realm! Hit cold! You saw hope in your face!
This trial does bling, looks good. It is a pretty gun. More ammo. All elite. That's still very impressive. Using pixies, you're still clearing well. Like, pixies are strong, but you can't take a pixie with absolutely nothing synergizing with it and clear that efficiently. It's, you know, ammo for one. So you're still doing things correctly. Even if I don't personally care for pixies, and they are on the stronger side, there's still some sense of achievement to what you're doing. So don't minimize it. You're doing a good job. Hopefully they fix it. Usually should be an easy fix. They just need to separate the inventory screen and be its own page. Hopefully it does turn out to be simple. Ow. I mean, I guess my ward's broken now. Hopefully it does turn out to be simple. +3 magic bullets. Butt Stallion, what are you doing? Butt Stallion, what are you doing? Why do I have 9 out of 3 in magic bullets? Gun go burr, yeah.
Who knew heroism
Raid boss.
had so
Gonna get
much
Thanos.
man?
Yeah. Yeah, Kevin, it is gonna be ugly. Yes. Mushroom, I swear, if you take this hit. Hi, Kevin. Ow. It's fucking end gloop. Yeah. If you did raid boss for the first time, what chaos level would you recommend? Start at Chaos 1. Learn the mechanics. That'd be my recommendation. Hey, cheating less obvious. Listen, Vocal Assassin. It's just the desire sensor. It knew what I wanted. Ow. That's fine. Nine HP, perfect. It's 8 more than I need. That was a sick chain of Warcaster triggers. So we procced Warcaster like a bunch from the ricochets killing the ads, so we just got to keep shooting. That was fun. Just a little bit of chaos water, just a little bit. Break our ward. What's your favorite raid boss? Bunted Hog, the yellow one, would be my favorite. Alright, who's first? Gloop first, beautiful.
What incredible techniques,
I don't think I have a cryo sawmill. So we'll use one of the other ones. It's fine. Hey Cobra, how you doing?
So squishy and gross.
Yo, Foster. Be worse, DLC 1 featuring Handsome Jack or DLC 1 featuring more claw nerfs. I would rather have claw nerfed. If I'm being perfectly honest. But thank you for the 14 months, Foster. I appreciate it. Okay, I wanted that to happen. I just gotta not die to random attacks. I'm good at video games.
What would be worse? DLC 1
There it is.
featuring Handsome Jack or DLC 1 featuring more claw nerfs?
Yeah, I'd rather have more claw nerfs. So, Jack would be worse. Oh, ow, ooh, I didn't plan that well. See the saw blades? They explode when the phase expires, so you get a bunch of extra damage. It's quite nice. Oh, I know what I can do. That did too much. That didn't go how that was supposed to. That's fine. Maybe. Please don't be a mimic. I need help. You didn't have help either. Okay. Appeared to be more effective than you anticipated. Yeah, just a bit. Just a bit. Just a little bit. Oh, my mushroom's down over there. That's problematic. This one's gonna die, as long as I have the ammo. This one's gonna die.
There's a chill in the air. We're not tracking ammo, are we?
You have to stone with the blue balls for that one? You don't have to, but yeah, it goes way faster if you do. Otherwise, you're just gonna have to kind of like slog through it. But yeah. Remember that the puzzle you do to enter a boss fight is indicative of the mechanic of the boss. So you just do the same thing you did to get it. Are you gonna spawn ads for me? Am I gonna have to... Oh, mushroom. Mushroom's back. Thank you. I didn't mean to hit it with that ice spike, but alright. This magic bullets is very noticeable though on the body shots. Only reason I'm not able to capitalize is because I just don't have much ammo right now. Didn't manage it well. That's damage. The spell using? I'm using a triple ice spike.
The champion returns to the
No, I shot too early. I swear this doesn't happen every time. Fuck am I? Okay, there we go. Crossbolts also explode at the end of phase? Yes. Yes, they do. Yes, they do, Silo. So you can just stack a bunch of crossbolts or saw blades, and it does a good job.
awesome. Oh, you pissed. Just take the reward and get out of my face.
I like how people complained that the Maker wasn't giving enough dedicated drops and the raid bosses weren't. It's like, okay, you want this frozen orb? Really? Really? More snipers. Never get the hang of hitting all the green balls on the mushroom boss. Oh, what, in the puzzle? It's just a vaguely timed, ordered thing. But body runes are great. You can get body rune from anywhere, though. Yeah, in the puzzle. Selecting a good weapon for it helps a lot. Like, I tend to use a live wire or a white rider for that job. I have better carousers. Great bow, yes please. Okay, chaotic times 2 frozen orbs, pretty nice. Ooh. Yeah, times 2s are good. We'll say that much. Times 2s are very good. Can't say I enjoy the green puzzle. Eh. It does kind of tell you, ooh, it's times 2, but low mag. It does kind of just give you a heads up on boss mechanics, which is, I feel, the strength of that system. Alright, let's do some raid boss bullying. Finish this off. We'll do blue and yellow. We'll, instead of one-shotting blue, we'll bully Gloop with a used great bow. Yeah, we'll use a used great bow. We'll one-shot yellow. Yeah, let's do it that way. UI? You functioning? I do the puzzle, but the green boss actually annihilates me every time because I can't aim fast enough. It's one of those things, it helps to already have your crosshairs kind of there. Additionally, a life hack you can do is you can throw a dagger storm down in front of you, and the dagger storms can hit the weak spots. So, like, if Bark just creates its weak spot on your dagger storm, profit. Was some something dagger storm, something profit. It do be like that. Magic Imperial shotguns have any spell scaling? So, different weapons scale with different things, and it's so tough to keep straight which is which. I honestly don't know any of the time cranberries. We've got resources for that on Discord. I don't have it straight anymore. I need to study up.
Let's see how you handle it.
Different barrel types get different scaling, different weapon categories. It's so weird. Damage source scaling in this game is just so complicated. Funny thing about the bark puzzles, you really don't have to interact with that mechanic too much in the actual fight. When it does its spore attacks and you just destroy like 2 of them, you have enough space in the arena. The puzzle doesn't teach you about the weak spots, though. It doesn't, but the other bosses teach you the weak spots are there. I suppose bark is like the hardest of those. Like, bunny is... But once you learn bunny, it's just less punishing than bark is. Bark is the one that you, even when you know it, it keeps you on your toes. The other ones are, as long as you know what's going on, you kind of can't fail. Spreadsheets unavailable, what's known. Resources channel in the Discord has all that stuff. Also, sometimes you'll see resources that are not yet in the resources channel. We said resources a lot there. In the curse testing channel, where a lot of this stuff is figured out. Every time an enemy gets stuck in that wall, right there. Hey Dex, thanks for gifting us up to Asa, I appreciate it. There we go, we got him. Video games in general teach you nothing about shooting the glowing ball weak spot. Yeah, it's just one of those kind of things that I suppose it assumes you know. Like that and barrels at this point.
What an epic belly rub you shall have.
That whiff barrage. Listen, Gwen. I suck, okay? Is that what you wanted to hear? Is that what you wanted me to admit to myself? Yeah, that's what. Oh, okay.
Let's make this interesting. Not this time.
Build looks fun, can't tell how it works. It's a gun build. Dubstep, eat bass. Reading that's hard. Yeah, it's a gun build. All the way down Clawbringer. Wrath of Nature is really good, and for some weapons, play the angles is nice. Or all the way down Spore Warden, rather. Clawbringer down to Firebolt and Storm Breath to give our Wyvern more attacks. We're getting Awe from an armor piece. So these help trigger that for good crit damage and consistency in our crits. At least better consistency. Adding extra text to my message. Mm-hmm. You know what the full battery lightning scales with? Nothing. It's terrible. That's the short answer. It just seems to be in the same area as the Pandemicium, where fine, like, before Chaos levels, and then afterwards, it just, nothing scales it, so it's just not good. Now, I normally mob with the hammer on this build, the hammer throw. Fuck you, Kaokon, I don't want that. But currently, I'm just not bothering to switch. Alright, 2 of them, fuck off, game. It's toxic. Definitely gonna see about the setup for my Spore Warden. Not a fan of snipers, there's sure other ways to make this work. Yeah. Yeah, this is a separate setup to my one that just runs around shooting Sawmill. I happen to have a Sawmill for bossing, but for the most part, I use the Crossblade when I play this build. Crossblade and White Rider. Hey Scott, how you doing? Good to see you.
Still time to run the other way. There's a chin in the air. It's like a
I don't know why I started doing the bonus halfway through this. I should stop. +1 to blast him its favor. Oh boy. Honestly, that skill's upsettingly bad. With hyper investment, you can make it do an amount of damage. But it's just like, why?
well done, me lovely.
Ah, yes. The build.
Why did you just talk over yourself, Fate Maker? They're very chatty. Hey, Cesare, how you doing? Yeah, to say the thing? I suppose, Dex. I suppose. Get down here. Or don't. It's fine. There you go. How's your day going? It's going well. It's going well. Messing around more with snipers and stuff. We got the yellow raid boss one-shot. On Saturday, we got the blue one-shot. We did the blue one again today, but we got the yellow raid boss one-shot, and we're going to be replicating both of those in this run. But feeling good about that. Made some progress towards the green one. I gotta approach it from a different angle. We attempted the green one, didn't quite get it, but I know what I gotta do for it, so I'm gonna work on that one. And once we get that one, we gotta start working on the Maker one-shot. And my goal is to one-shot all 4 raid bosses in one run. So, see if I can pull that off. It's crazy how... Exclamation point Bunny. Bunny with an I. It's the title command. Exclamation point Gloop also shows the blue raid boss one-shot. I should grab this money for SPUs. And craps later. Nice. Thought it was cool to see a Clawbringer. All the cosmetics. Yeah. It's cool to be a Clawbringer. Yeah. I just enjoy Clawbringer Dilbert. Like, it's not without its downsides. I still don't think that Awe should have been touched in the way that it was, or at least not on this timetable. But thought, do I have another fire one? I don't. I was gonna just one-shot Banshee for memes, but it's fine. We'll just do it this way. What subclass do you recommend for a Gunspore build? Other than Claw? Spell Shot is just kind of always good.
Looks the menu. Ice bite.
Okay, that's enough for that. I can save the rest of my sniper ammo.
That's for making me look at you.
Fucking insane. I try. Isn't all better on the crit damage side since it's multiplicative? Well, that's kind of reductive, shot into your body. Everything is multiplicative with something. But in terms of where Aw's crit damage falls, yes, it is additive with Shrine crit, which is a separate category from the crit you get from, say, your gear bonuses. Which, you know, there's multiple kinds there too, but... Yes, Aw's crit damage is placed in a spot in the formula that makes it really good. Volatile Twister, I'll take. Alright, moving on here. Did I forget to do blue? I forgot to do blue. Huh. Yeah, I totally forgot to do blue. Oh well, that's fine. We'll just one-shot yellow. That's fine.
Poker carrying coin. Don't kill. Don't it.
No, you took my amp. Oh, we didn't need it. It's fine. We didn't need it. There you go. One shot. What do I normally keep in this slot? Oh yeah, I literally just use this for used great bows for memes. No, fire rate affects the Queen's Cry taser. Shouldn't, but, you know, there's always a chance it does, Fatal Mutation. I've never tested that. Have to get back on hunting down the dice. Honestly, Dilbert, I don't bother on most of my characters. At the end of the day, it's just a chance. Sometimes you still get screwed, yet you still put all that time in even if you get screwed. So, like, you did it for nothing in those instances. I personally would rather just grab the dice that are convenient to me in my playthrough, and along the way of any quests that I decide to do, and then just play the game. That's how I approach it. I legitimately do not care about dice, and I'm still pretty geared out on a bunch of my characters, so... Hey Ken, you took my amp. Oh wait, we didn't need it. Overkill. More damage than we needed. Good problem to have. Like, this character has max dice, by the way. This character has every collectible. And this is what the drops look like. You still get screwed sometimes. It's causing that crazy amount of damage, really just sniper being that good. So, the thing with the Antique Great Bow is... let's see... Alright, I'll compare these two. So you got an Antique Great Bow on the right and a used Antique Great Bow on the left. The whole gimmick of the gun is that you get one shot, one opportunity. You get one shot before it becomes the item on the left. Now, the item on the right, that card damage is absolutely insane. And it does a lot of damage, and with a little bit of min-maxing around it, you get like your amp health active, amp shield if you can, have a good setup in terms of gun damage and formula and stuff. You can one-shot raid bosses with an antique great bow. But then it becomes the item on the left, which is significantly weaker. But it's still really, really good. The gun is really just that good. Like, I just unironically use a used great bow in just regular gameplay because it's a good gun. Hey Zazzle. Hey Zaz, can you tell me, is Dire Sacrifice ability or action skill damage? Action skill damage isn't a thing in this game, Zazzle. It's ability damage. It tells you. If you look, when you read the description of an action skill, it tells you what it scales with. So like Barrage here says deals ability damage, increases the gun damage applied to damage dealt by Barrage. Tells you. On Dire Sacrifice, it tells you ability damage. Can you use an action skill start enchant with it? Like Ambihextrous, for instance, doesn't count as action skills. Ambihextrous is different because it's not an action skill at all. Dire Sacrifice is an action skill. So, yeah, so you can use action skill enchants. Also, my body removed due to the floor having no collision last night for the first time, so that's unfortunate. That's happened to me a couple times, David. It is very frustrating. I don't know what causes it, but sometimes it'll just be like, nope. And at that point, do you even spend your crystals? So the loot in this one was kind of terrible. So I got one legendary. One. None from the chest. One from the bunny. And just to show you I'm not full of shit, this is visual, by the way. This is, like, pretty much confirmed to be visual. But in terms of, I have all loot luck here. Loot luck here. $260 dice. So, dice are not shit. You could have all the dice and still get screwed. So, ultimately, don't worry about it. If you don't want to hunt the dice, you don't have to. You just play the game. So, yeah, great bow stuff. Great bow's fun. The TLDR is sniper rifles are really, really good in this game. Really, really good. From launch, even before the 20% buff, snipers in this game are stronger than snipers in any other Lands game as a whole. Now, there's individual snipers in previous Lands games that overperformed relative to these. But, as a whole, snipers as a weapon category, stronger here than any other Lands game. Luck isn't real. Yeah, it's luck. At the end of the day, it is luck. Hey Sen, how you doing? You're catching right as I'm about to end. But it's good to see you. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. I'm gonna call it and deal with this PC nightmare. Yeah, the shit almost exploded during stream. You love to hear it. Also, I'm not feeling great, so it's gonna be one of those days. But I had a fantastic start to the day because of you guys. Thank you. I appreciate everything. Let's find somewhere for us to go. Who's doing the thing right now? Lazy's on. Pascaroni, soccer chick. Let's go to Pascaroni. So everyone join the raid. We're gonna say hi to Pascaroni. Super, 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 super nice human being. Like, you cannot say enough things about how just kind to the people around him Pascaroni is. He absolutely deserves more attention, more hype, more following, so let's do that for him, right? I'll be live tomorrow, assuming my PC is okay. I really can't guarantee anything, because I'm legitimately pretty worried about this shit. So, we'll see what happens. But in terms of raid message, go ahead, spam that. Pascarona really likes bacon, so we're gonna do a bacon-themed raid for him. Anyway, I do appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. I'll keep you posted either through Discord or Twitter, both if my PC does not allow me to stream. But even if it shuts out completely, I won't let it keep me from making content for very long. So it'll get sorted. Anyway, thank you. Bye-bye.
Not regular old peas, right? I don't like peas. I like corn. I like locally grown corn.